So not approved by Picasso, these are done by his granddaughter, but it illustrates the demand to own a Pablo Picasso, ladies and gentlemen. Even these works of art that were printed, many, many years after he passed away. Remember, he passed away in 1973. They're commanding $20,000, and I expect that to go up. So keep that in mind when you're talking about works of art by Pablo Picasso. Now let's go back to the piece that we have here, that we have before us right now. Now, Picasso, he's really widely known, of course, for his paintings and sculpture, but make no mistake, the lithographs are a valuable part of his body of art, and that's what you have before us. Let's take this to the auction. It's the very first work of art. Good luck to our bidders. Richard, back to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, it's on sale and with you. Come on, I'll take $50 bids to move on. Take $50 bids to move on. You've got to be quick, everyone. At $750, thank you. At $750, at $750, thank you, Nino. We're selling. I can't believe this is going under $2,000. $3,000 would be low. Anything under $2,000, open the champagne, enjoy yourself, because this is being given away. $850 bid, $850, come on, I'll take 9 now. $850, $850, come on, give me 9. $850, 9 bid, yes or no? Come on, give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. This is for nothing. This is for nothing. Don't lose it. Don't lose it. Yep. Come on, at 9 bid. At 9, get a bit of 9, at 9, at 9. Now give me 1,000. Now give me 1,000. Let's go. At 9, get a bit of 9, at 9. At 9, get a bit of 9, at 9, at 9. At 9, get a bit of 9. Give me your best and final bid. The gavel's coming high. At 950. At 950 on the beautiful 1960 Picasso. One of the best images when he does the clowns, or he does this series. Ladies and gentlemen, these are two of the most desirable Picassos of the period. 1,000, are you in? Are you in? Come on, let's go. Give me 1,000 now. 1,000 bid. Take 11. Take 11. Come on, give me your best and final bid. I'll take 11. I'll take 11 to move on. I'll take 11 to move on. Come on, give us another one. Yes or no, it's about to go. It's about to sell. It's about to go. Going under the hammer. Going once then. Give me your best and final bid. Are you in? Come on, don't lose it. Don't lose it. 1960. Quintessential Picasso. Going once, going twice. Best and final bid. The gavel's high. So, thank you. Well done to your bidder there. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. That gets me warmed up for the evening. Thank you very, very much. Here we go. Well, we've got a sensational painting coming your way, but I just want to show you something as well prior to it coming into auction later. What I'm about to show you will actually be coming up as lot 207. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to just move our next painting just for a second so you can have a quick look at this, if we can come in close on this beautiful Jean-Claude Navarro. That is just sensational. And ladies and gentlemen, you have to believe me, the weight of that is unbelievable. It's a very solid work of art. I'll put the white gloves on later. We'll put it on the turntable. But this is coming up as lot 407 later in the evening. And that, I think, is an absolutely stunning work of art. Up next, we do have Lucas Roy, and hiding just behind it, a beautiful work by Lisa Mee. Let's have a quick look at that gorgeous, gorgeous piece by Lisa Mee. So we don't get enough originals at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, but hopefully that will change in the new year. But ladies and gentlemen, that Lisa Mee, acquire that while you can. But this is up next. It is by the incredible British art star Lucas Roy. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Lucy Cowley and you're watching the Fine Art Auction, and today I have the great pleasure to be sitting here talking with Lucas Roy and discussing all things art and everything else that's going on in his world.
I'm Lucas Roy. I'm here in Darlington in the UK, North East. I'm an artist, influenced by street art, graffiti art, and most of all public art, popular culture. how did I get started in art? I think I've always done artwork. I didn't realise at the time that I've always done it, but in reflection, when I look back and when I took art back up on sleeve and kind of found the escape to get away from this kind of stressful, full-on life. But when I look back, when people say, when did you start? I didn't think there was a definitive time. And I've always done doodles and I've always wrote my name in weird forms, but it's something you don't really know. But I think it's through the way I learn. I'm a visual learner. Couldn't really read, attention deficit, high energy. So I think that kind of personality, you are always distracted and doodling. You're on the phone, you drew some random picture, and I think it's always been within me. Graffiti was kind of made for the graffiti crews. I wasn't kind of within that genre. I kind of came into it when graffiti had kind of came a bit more mainstream and then merged into street art. I got my inspiration from street art, but learning street art, I understood where it came from. The graffiti crews trying to get higher than the other crew in the area, going over the other crew's tags. It was just about one up, and it was between themselves. And then street art emerged from, well, we understand that it's kind of artwork. Yes, it's only for yourselves and your crews, but it can have a kind of more powerful impact to the public. The most indispensable items in my studio, the couch is a good one to just sit back, take a kind of few feet away from the artwork, have a breather. My tablet is the biggest asset, I'd probably say. Once I got my tablet, my iPad, because I think when I started learning artwork, I started going into a graphic digital kind of realm with logos, and I started doing the odd bit for people who wanted stuff, CDs, club events that were going down. And I like the way that you can collate images, edit them, change the layers and make a whole new piece of artwork straight away. And I think once I've got my tablet, I'm able to work more productively on multiple pieces of artwork. I can flip and change the colours. I can move things without wasting an ounce of paint. What it came down to is once I took up artwork full time and I was doing it a lot more, it was just a form of meditation. You're not thinking of anything outside of what you're doing. You're just focusing. So most meditation is just kind of mindfulness. And if you tell me to don't think of anything, my brain's going 10 to the dozen. But with artwork, it's just stroke by stroke, music on in the background, podcast, and from there it just developed, and I started to understand the engagement.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that real brief little introduction to the artist Lucas Roy. So we're moving into a different genre of art now. We're moving into a really powerful movement, and this is urban art. That's what we're talking about. You can call it graffiti art, you can call it street art, urban art. Any one of those are interchangeable. And when I say it's really the most powerful movement that's happening today, I'm not exaggerating, and I'll support that. I'll back that up. Now, Lucas Roy, what a fascinating artist. What an incredible life. What an exciting life he has led. I mean, that just gives us a tiny little glimpse into this artist's life. Now, he was born in Darlington in the UK in 1988. He had a very active mind, a body through a childhood that led to him being very active in sports, but he had a short attention span in school. However, in school, he did study art, photography, and business, which we're going to really work for him as he moved forward. These were his interests, but he never excelled in school, and he felt kind of uninspired by his studies while he was there. And after leaving school, he worked as a chef, did this for a few years, and eventually he was accepted into the British Army, a very elite part of the British Army. This is called the Paras, or the Parachute Regiment, and he was with them for 6 years. And he said that my time with them was very, very valuable because it learned to listen and focus his hyper mind, and he had a very interesting and rewarding time. He served also on numerous operations, discovering new places in the world and their culture. So he got to travel the world, got to see a lot. Now, he left the Army to be closer to home and to his father, and thanks to his time in the military, he left with multiple qualifications and licenses, and those allowed him to train as an advanced medical technician or a paramedic. So that's what he did. He worked in the ambulance service for a few years, and if you can imagine, what another eye-opener that must have been, going from active duty in the military to being a paramedic in an ambulance. So after a few years of doing that, he was looking for something that was a little bit less stressful in his life. And he felt that he had always been an artist. Always. He had won logos as a child, as a teen as well. He had done sketches all throughout his life. And once he had settled down from his army, his ambulance days, that's when he was able to really focus in on his art. Now, his self-taught skills quickly developed. His interest grew. From strength to obsession, he was on BBC's The Big Painting Challenge twice, on 2 different occasions, and both times they shortlisted him almost to the final. So that really did encourage him, and he went on to study digital design, illustration, portraiture, graffiti, spray paint, watercolors, pastels, acrylics, stencils, you name it. All of these different mediums and techniques, he embraces them all. Now, his current work is very much inspired from popular culture, counterculture, fashion, all types of street art, graffiti, urban art. In fact, it is almost like a blend, really, of graffiti art, street art, and pop art. You've got the aesthetics of street art within the work of art, the dripping lines, the exaggerated lines, but you also have those vibrant, powerful pop colors that come within his pieces. Now, he prefers to use acrylic paints, spray cans, art marker pens on canvas, urban walls, anything that's going to take paint, anything at all. So he really is an artist in the truest sense of the word. Now, eyes are hard. You don't see a lot of artists tackling eyes, taking it on. And there's a reason for that. They're very, very difficult to capture, ladies and gentlemen. The window to the soul, as they have been called. And it is very challenging for an artist to do that, but he is an extraordinarily talented young artist. Now, I said I was going to talk a little bit about street art. Get your bids in on this work of art. We are talking about an original. Now, we're manipulating the light in the studio just a little bit so you can see the effect. When you are able to put a dimmer on the work of art, you're going to see different elements that pop from that art. And you can see the white pigments really jumping, and as we slowly bring the light up, all of the other elements become much, much more pronounced. Now, it says mixed media, original mixed media, and that is a question oftentimes for those that are new to what that term might mean, and it means exactly what it sounds like. The artist has elected to use more than one medium, so it's not just an acrylic on canvas, it is an acrylic with spray enamel, which again is an homage to the street artist that came before him. He's often paying a tribute on these works of art. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an original work of art by one of today's very, very important and powerful urban artists, and when I say that, I mean that. I'm talking about places like the Burner exhibition. The Burner exhibition is an invitation-only exhibition that invites, Banksy, Shepard Fairey, Ben Eine, the most important artists of our time in the street genre, and Lucas Roy has been included in the Burner exhibition events around the world. So he's very, very powerful, very important artist. And there's something really, really wonderful about being the only person in the world to own a work of art. That's the wonderful part about having an original, ladies and gentlemen. Now the question is, what do these typically sell for? I'm telling you right now, Lucas Roy, his works of art in these kind of dimensions today are up $10,000 and above. Now Richard has spent quite a bit of time in the UK in recent months, and I'm going to defer to him on some of the recent events that have been happening with Lucas Roy. But ladies and gentlemen, this is an incredible, incredible opportunity to get a work of art by a strong, powerful street artist right now that is right there, right behind Banksy, Shepard Fairey, Ben Eine, Jeff Koons, these artists. He's the next one to be making these incredible inroads at auction houses like Sotheby's, Christie's, Bonhams, Phillips, those where they're just huge newsmakers. Now, when I say urban art has been here for a long time, and I did mention that briefly, I truly, truly mean that. I mean, think about it. It's the longest or the oldest form of art in existence. It truly is, going all the way back to, cave walls or Egyptian rock art or ancient Rome had graffiti on buildings, all of it. Very powerful, ladies and gentlemen. Get your bids in. This is an incredible piece. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Nino. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful Lucas Roy work. This is called Overwatch. Overwatch, it is the original mixed media painting with spray enamel and acrylics. Bidding is underway. Let's get going. On the acrylic on canvas board, it is signed, it is inscribed, it is dated on the verso. I'll show you that in a moment. It is a unique work. It was executed by Roy in his Darlington studio in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, it's at auction. 13 is bid with Karen's bidder now. Line 7. Well done, Karen. She's been with the show for many years. Let's give Karen a big round of applause. Lovely, lovely member of the team. Been with us for many years. $1,300 is bid on Overwatch. Karen's bidder in the lead. Line 7. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is actually titled Overwatch. It is signed and it is dated 2024 on canvas board. So as it sounds, as Nina just told you there, exactly how it sounds. Canvas, but on a board. So it's a very stiff material. And a lot of artists like to paint on canvas board because it gives it that rigidity. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to sell. Karen, your bidder's in the lead at the moment. I wish you the best of luck. You've got 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get bidding because it's going to go.
Yes, indeed. Somebody is going to be very fortunate to add this to their collection, and they're going to be looking back on this day in the very near future and going, wow, I just acquired something that is very, very special, and look at the price that we're at right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at about 1/10 of what these would typically sell for unframed when you're going into a gallery. Now, right now, in this world, when we look at the auction results at Christie's, Sotheby's, Bottoms, are the big auction houses, who's the newsmakers? It's oftentimes, and in many cases, most of the times, it is the urban artists. It is the street artists. It reminds me, I think about when I was a child and pop art was prevalent at the time, and it was kind of making a big statement with Andy Warhol and Basquiat in the 80s and the late 70s. I remember talking to my grandfather talking about the Campbell soup cans and saying, what do you think about pop art? And he said, oh, it's a trend, it's never going to last. Boy, was he ever wrong. Because along with Picasso, now when we think about, who is they dictate the art market, it's Picasso and it's Andy Warhol. They truly, absolutely do. So urban art is here to stay. In fact, there's going to be museums dedicated to it in the very near future. And this is your opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to jump in. Now, one of the things that is very characteristic of urban art is there is a very quick style of creating the art. And why is that? Historically, it's because street artists have used buildings, anything as a canvas to create their works of art, but they've done it without authorization from building owners. So, they've been called vandals or visionaries. They've been called both. But oftentimes they have a fear of getting caught by the authorities. So they get in, they get out quick. That is always the articulation of a street artist, is to get in and out undetected. And oftentimes they will use a pseudonym or a different name like Banksy. We don't know really who Banksy actually is, yet we know the fame of Banksy. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are looking at here right now is an incredible, incredible work of art. It's a very significant size, too, on this piece. If you enjoy this form of art, and I would strongly, strongly encourage you, if you have the means to acquire an original by Lucas Roy, get it now. Now, if you're not getting it for yourself, consider a younger generation. What I'm seeing in the world of art, particularly on these strong emerging street artists like Lucas Roy, is they have an appeal to a younger generation. So it's art for the next generation of collectors, and I strongly encourage you to instill the love of art collecting into that next generation. So children, grandchildren, and so forth. Now, we do have this opportunity to take a closer look. We've zoomed in, we've panned around on this work of art, and this exemplifies the style of art that he is renowned for. In fact, let's go to the auction first. Ladies and gentlemen, get your bids in on this piece. It is a hand-signed work of art. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the auction.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the top bid at the moment is only $1,400. This is an original. His prints starts unframed on paper with an edition of maybe 150. They start at $1,800 for a print, unframed, hand-signed. This is the only one in the world. It's the original. I'm going to give you 60 seconds benefit of the doubt. 60 seconds, but then we are going to sell. Your bidder's in the lead. Here is Nino. 60 seconds, then it's going.
Yeah, I'm as shocked as you are, Richard. I would have expected right now at this point that we would be sitting around $6,000, $7,000 for their work of art like this. And in fact, if you were to walk into a gallery, like Richard just said, you couldn't even get an unframed print at where we are right now on this work of art. So consider yourself in a really fortunate position here to be viewing and bidding on this work of art this evening. It is early in the auction, ladies and gentlemen, and I was just about to say just a moment ago that this exemplifies the style of art that he's very much renowned for. Go to my screen, I'll show you a few different examples, and the reason I show you the examples is because I'm showing you palettes, I'm showing you the style of art, the subject material that he typically uses, because there is a message within the works of art typically when we're talking about urban artists and street artists. And this is his page, his Instagram page, so you can see. But do you see what I'm talking about when I talk about the pop colors, but you also see the exaggerated lines and the quickly executed brushstrokes of a traditional street artist. And it can be a little bit polarizing, it can be a little bit controversial sometimes, and street artists never shy away from that, going in that direction. Now, I said I was going to, back up and support everything that I say when I talk about the rise of street art or why street art is so important. I don't have very much time, but I'm going to go very quickly. Clarendon Art is one of the most important art galleries in the world, and they believe very strongly that street art is here to stay and is today's most powerful genre. Let's go back to the work of art, and back to you, Richard. Let's get some bids in on this. Ladies and gentlemen, good luck.
1,500, I'm bid at 15. Come on, I'll take another one off anyone at 15. 15, Karen, are you out? 15, Karen, are you out? 15, 15, 15. I've got Armando in the lead, New Jersey at 1,500. Karen's out there at 1,500. 1,500 with Armando's bidder at 1,500. 1,500, another one off anyone at 15. The gavel's high. Selling and going once, going twice. You're sure you're out? Thank you. Sold, Armando. Well done. Congratulate your bidder from New Jersey. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on with the show now. And we've got a very, very special piece. This is also by Lucas Roy. It's called Taste the Rainbow, ladies and gentlemen. It's a giclée of archival pigments on woven paper, hand-signed and numbered by the artist in the lower margin, a limited edition, and ladies and gentlemen, executed under the direct supervision of the artist, Lucas Roy. Let's start the bidding. You can start where you like. I don't mind where we start. It's where we finish. But we're going to put a 3-minute clock on it, John. 3-minute clock. And we're going to sell it to the highest bidder. Thank you. Here's Nino.
Okay, so really congratulations to whoever was the successful bidder on that original work of art. I know exactly what you just did here. I mean, that is beyond belief that you got it for that price, and I'm going to demonstrate that for you here in just a moment. This work of art is a giclée. Now, it's a giclée. What is a giclée? A giclée is a form of creating multiple works of art, and in this case, it is based upon an original. Not all works of art that are done in prints, like lithographs, serigraphs, etchings, engravings, woodcuts, all of these different forms of multiples are not necessarily based upon an original, but a giclée is. And in fact, when it was first created, and it's not all that long ago, there was a little bit of controversy because it is so precise and exacting to the original that with the naked eye, side by side, it's almost indiscernible the difference between them. Now, why do artists create prints or limited editions? Why do they do it in the first place? Because we can't all acquire an original. When an artist becomes very important, very popular, and has a huge audience and is very coveted to own that work of art, they simply can't keep up with the demand and the prices start to escalate, of course. So we don't all have the opportunity of getting an original, and the very next best thing that we can get is a limited edition work of art, which is wonderful. And make no mistake, getting a limited edition work of art, it's a great thing to be able to acquire your favorite artist if you can't get that original. Now, Richard had talked about the prints that what they're actually selling for. Let me demonstrate that for you. Go to my screen just for a second. I can show you this exact one. Now, here's also very interesting. In my search, these are sold out. This work of art is not available in galleries. I cannot find this work of art. However, you can see right here what they actually do sell for. Now, this is a giclée, as you can see, so this is really apples to apples. This is exactly what you are bidding on, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when Richard said moments ago that you got that original for less than the cost of a print, this demonstrates it, doesn't it? $1,800 unframed for the work of art that you are bidding on right now. And then you got about a $400 to $500 frame that you put on top of that. So, you're really sitting at around $2,300, $2,200 is what you would expect when you walk out of a gallery if you're able to get that work of art. But remember, it's sold out. So it has an extra element of rarity to it. So it would go for even higher than that $1,800. Let's go back to the work of art. Let's go back to the piece itself and let's take a look. Now, I had said that there's often a social critique or a message within the work of art itself, interpretive to whoever the viewer is, of course, but look at all the symbolism within the piece that we have here. I mean, it's a bit of a dichotomy, isn't it? We've got, and this is super interesting to me when we talk about Lucas Roy, and we talk about his history and his career being in the military and active duty and then being a paramedic. So, what a roller coaster. He was trained to take a life, and then he was trained to save a life. Is that not evident in this work of art that we see before us right now? It speaks to all of that, ladies and gentlemen. Richard, back back to you.
Well, we're selling now. Give me 200. Is there anyone got 200? 200, yes or no? Come on, give us your best and final bid. I'm selling. It's about to go. I've got you, Karen. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Best and final bid. Best and final bid. Anyone else, yes or no? I've got Karen there. You're in the lead. Anyone else, yes or no? Going once then. We've got to be quick. Got to be quick if you want it. It's going to go. I said I'll give you a 3-minute clock, and we are selling it. It is about to go. Going once, going twice. Anyone else? 2. Well done, you got it. Congratulations. Thank you. Well done, and on we go then, ladies and gentlemen, and we move on with the show. And coming up now, one of our favourite art stars. She really is a charming lady, a lovely, lovely lady, and we miss her quite considerably, and we hope that she's doing well and that she will be back with us in the new year. Ladies and gentlemen, from New York, she is the incredibly talented Miss Lisa Mee.
My name is Lisa Mee. I am an artist. I currently live in New York City, and that's what I have devoted my life to, is my art. My earliest is as a child. I just love getting lost in painting. I grew up in a small, tiny little town in northern New Jersey, very close to New York City though. So we would often take family trips together to museums, and a tragedy hit my family when I was very young. That was the loss of my mom. I remember realizing how precious life is and how you can capture it, the feeling and the essence of a person or a place on a canvas or on paper. I found solace in my art though. I mean, whenever I was stressed out, I still do that to this day. It's a transcendent form of meditation for me. I go into probably an unconscious deep breathing, actually. I actually notice it now, though, more than ever. And my hand is involved in every step of the way. And it is a tedious, long effort to get to that point where it's really a point of perfection, where I feel it's a perfect place.
Whenever I talk about Lisa Mee, I have to admit I have been a fan of her work from the moment I saw it. I'm a big fan of art that's uplifting. I want art that is going to increase the mood of the room that it's in. There was a psychologist once who wrote this great article. He was basically saying that when it comes to art, we very rarely stop and stare at our art collection each day. But as we move around our environment, meaning our home, it's always in our peripheral vision. It's why when someone is feeling under the weather, we bring them some fresh flowers. That is what Lisa's work reminds me of. When you put it on a wall, there's an element of just warmth and this uplifting quality to it.
Really, when I talk about the highest calling, that is the highest calling, where there is no point of reference to refer to, like, oh, there's a mountain, gotta get that contour right. Oh, there's a flower, gotta get that petal just so. There's a person or a woman, oh, her hair. No, I feel that is the greatest challenge, and I love challenges, because I get bored, you know, and I just love being challenged. So I would say, yeah, I'd say getting lost in a big abstract. I like big. So it's like going large with abstract pieces, but at the same time, I can also get lost in a beautiful singular rose.
It's just extraordinary because she's achieved the one thing that is probably the single most difficult thing for an artist to achieve, and that is being what's called recognizable. When I look at a Lisa Mee, I don't look at it and go, oh, this reminds me of this reminds me of that. And yeah, I'm a big fan of her.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that introduction to Lisa Mee, and look at this art. look at what she creates and what she accomplishes. I'm a fan. I am absolutely smitten with the art of Lisa and what she had created here. It reminds me so much of stained glass, does it not? When you think about cathedrals, stained glass windows, we see that in the works of art. And color is very important to me. I enjoy color. So the powerful color that she creates in her works of art really does resonate with me. Now, this is a classic still life. Still lifes have been around for as long as art has been around. This is a wonderful, wonderful piece. Now, you learned a little bit about Lisa Mee, so I won't expand too much on her history, but I will just mention just a couple of things. Now, she is a lifelong artist. She works in New York City. She studied drawing, painting, printmaking as a child, continued that through her college years. She went to Fordham University, and that's where she met her husband-to-be, and that it was the artist Wayne Ensrud. Now, Wayne Ensrud, a legend, an absolute legend, and he was the only living protege of the great expressionist Austrian artist Oskar Kokoschka, who in turn was a student of Gustav Klimt. So I love this aspect of art where I can see the chain of, the history and how that information and that knowledge has been passed down. Now, of course, Wayne Ensrud, he mentored, he encouraged Lisa with her explorations and her experiments in plein air drawing and painting techniques. Big influence on Lisa. Now, he has passed recently. It was very, very sad for all of us in the art world, because when I say, Wayne Ensrud was a legend, absolutely, unequivocally, one of the great artists of our time. Now, Lisa, in her own right, is an extraordinary artist, and her palette has become enlarged by a lot of different elements. It's a mixed media. I talked about mixed media a little bit earlier, but boy, oh boy, does she ever take this to a different level. She adds in fabric, paper, collage elements, a metallic gilding paint. It really opens up creative possibilities, and it develops this style that has become truly, truly unique to her. By integrating these fabrics, these metals, she creates these harmonic works of art. And the impasto technique, the application. And what does impasto mean? It's a density or a thickness of paint. So there's so much that goes into these works of art. It kind of gives it a sculptural, kind of a luminous effect to her art. And her passion for natural beauty is very, very clear and evident in her works. She captures vivid light and hues by integrating these metallic paints into the painting surfaces. Now, her extensive travels throughout Spain, Italy, France have inspired many of her expansive compositions, and she has a real unique, opulent art form that conveys, as I was saying, that real kind of a stained glass effect or mosaic-like patterns and light on canvas. Very powerful. As the day turns to night in your home, you're going to see a real emotional difference in the works of art. Now, she's caught the eyes, of course, of important art collectors all over the world. New York certainly is as the epicenter for works of art of Lisa Mee, but all over the world, particularly Europe, you'll find her works in numerous corporate and private collections. She's participated as well in over 20 solo and group exhibitions where her work has been shown in galleries in New York, in Paris, in West Palm Beach, California, Vermont. So she's had an incredible, incredible career. In fact, she even had a solo exhibition at the International Art Museum of America in San Francisco, and that was just a couple of years ago. So amazing, just amazing, amazing career. Ladies and gentlemen, these are really extraordinary, stunning pieces by Lisa Mee. And I love these still lifes that she's done. I want to show you guys a couple of things with Lisa. And what she does, which is super generous for an artist, is she will give us a bit of an interpretation or her story on the artwork, which we're going to then send to the successful bidder on that work. And I'll tell you what, she is as eloquent of a writer as she is a painter. Absolutely amazing. Go to my screen just for a quick moment, and I'll show you some other examples of her art. I love that we're playing with the light here. So we got, again, some examples of some still lifes. These are all sold, mostly, or not all, but most of these are sold. So I just wanted to show you that to show you some other examples. And now let's take a look at some prices. We do have a few examples here that we can look at. As you can see, what she's selling these for today, $47,000. Here's a very, very small one, really small one. This is only 16 inches by 20 inches, and that's at $16,800 unframed. And there's a still life right there. So here we have a still life, and the one that you're bidding on is 29 by 35. And this work of art here is roughly the same size, and this is at, oh, it's sold anyway, but look at that. This one is $47,250. So that gives you a real clear indication of what she typically sells these works of art for. Let's go back to the piece itself. Now, while you're looking at this work of art, I'm going to share with you a couple of things. In fact, I'll do that in just a quick moment here. I'm going to share with you an image that she took of her with the art. And what does that mean? That speaks to provenance. What is provenance? I mean, these are all the questions that we have, right? And I know we've got a lot of viewers here that know exactly what I'm talking about, and forgive me for explaining things that you're very well familiar with, but we always get new viewers, and we want to make sure everybody understands these terms. Provenance is the history of the art, and it's very important, and it is involved with the certificate of authenticity. And I'm going to show you something else in a moment, but before that, let's go to the auction. Richard?
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. I'm selling the beautiful, beautiful Lisa Mee painting, original mixed media painting on canvas, signed Iridescent Hibiscus. And ladies and gentlemen, it is the original mixed media painting on canvas, signed by the artist on the lower left. It is a unique work executed by Lisa Mee in New York, ladies and gentlemen. A wonderful, wonderful piece. Look at the colors in this. Unbelievable work she does. She's just getting better and better and better, and she's still only young, ladies and gentlemen. Iridescent Hibiscus 2024. Lisa Mee, direct from the studio in New York. John, let's go with the lighting a little bit, and let me just alter the angle of this beautiful painting. Let me just show you some of the wonderful effects you can get on the painting. Look at all the gold leaf. Look how it's layered with the silver leaf and the collage. This is absolutely, I mean, you're talking about the ultimate in mixed media artwork. 11 I just heard in the background there. Congratulations, you're in the lead. Hand signed Lisa Mee then, ladies and gentlemen. And really and truly, Nino, I don't know if you've seen in the galleries in New York, but a lot of Lisa's works are somewhere typically now over 40,000, and some of them over 50 and even 60,000. So maybe Nino will be able to show you that. But ladies and gentlemen, you can see why she has such a huge following. She's exhibited all over the world. She did a lot of her training in France, ladies and gentlemen, and she really is an amazing artist. So good luck. We don't have enough originals at the moment. Hopefully that will change in the new year. But enjoy this one, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know when we're getting the next originals, but you've got a superb one right here. So good luck. Here is Nino. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, superb indeed. I've had the opportunity of viewing her artwork perhaps more than our viewers have. I really enjoyed this one that we have before us right now. It's beautifully balanced, it's very opulent, it's luxurious, it's a lavish, gorgeous work of art, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Richard, what he was just talking about was the prices that I was sharing with you, but let's take one more look, because I just pulled up a still life, and this will again demonstrate what these actually sell for in gallery. So you walk into a gallery, you're looking for a Lisa Mee, and what are you going to see? This is the prices that a gallery is going to show. Go back to my screen just for a quick moment, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll share that piece that I have up on the screen right now. So this is a still life. Blue Bouquet is the title on that work of art. Arguably, I would say, and art is very different for everybody, but I prefer the one that you guys are bidding on right now, although I really do enjoy this one that she has created here called Blue Bouquet. But the reason I'm showing this to you is to show you what they actually sell for. So that's $47,250 is what that would sell for. Let's go back to the work of art, and I'm going to read the note that she sent, for our viewers on this work of art. And in fact, while I'm doing that, if you can show my screen, and perhaps we can even see both of them at the same time, you're going to see Lisa with this very same work of art. So this is what I was talking about when I was talking about provenance. There's very little better than having an image of the artist with the work of art that you own. So here's what Lisa Mee has to say about Iridescent Hibiscus. My approach to painting florals and still lifes is similar in my approach to living. I avoid anything that's dull. In my constantly evolving art practice, my paintings are simultaneously feminine, sensual, direct, and modern. I reveal my spirit in my art. I am a color hedonist. Liberated and lush, my artworks reverberate with positive energy. To me, the human appetite for love and art are one and the same. You can never have enough of either. My canvases are an alchemy of textures, fluid rhythms, balanced structure, and vibrant colors. This canvas of a massive hibiscus flower is like an intoxicating visual fragrance. The hibiscus flower bursts like a ball of fireworks emerging towards the viewer. Surrounding its petals are red floral accents to contain its center and focus the eye. Set upon a red table to create a strong base foundation, this spatial separation suggests a sense of depth. Artworks should be revelatory, not just of the artist's experience, but also like a wide window through which viewers can also take a visual journey. Set on a rich cobalt blue background, this floral painting is an experience of sensations where colors, light, and shapes radiate like a pulsating orchestra of vibrant life. I told you she was an eloquent writer. She is a very, very talented artist, a painter. She does mixed media on a level that I have not seen before. Let's go back to the work of art. Now, that image that you see there, that of Lisa with the artwork, we will send that to the successful bidder along with her comments on that work of art. And as I said, it's very generous of her to do that because most artists, they're just going to say, what do you think of the artwork? It's very interpretive, right? And her words are in no sense take away or detract from your own experience with the work of art, but it does kind of get us into the mind of the artist and what her intention was, right? Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at a work of art that is easily a $40,000 work of art in a gallery, if not more. Let's go to the auction, and good luck.
Well, thank you very much. Texas, I believe, is out. I've got Ohio in the lead at 29, and I'm about to sell. I'm about to go. At 29, going to bid a 29, 29, 29 bid. 29, 29 is bid. 29, 29, is there anyone else? Yes or no? At 29, Texas is out. 3,000, Andrew's bidder. 3,000, New Jersey in the lead. At 3,000, don't lose it. Come on, I'll take 100 to help you. 31, I'll take it. Thank you. At 31, going to bid a 3131 bid. At 31. At 31, going to bid a 31313131 bid. At 31, New Jersey, it's up to you. At 31, and it's with Ohio. At 31 on the beautiful original. 32. 32, New Jersey's bid. At 32, New Jersey in the lead. At 32, Ohio, yes or no? At 32, it's with New Jersey. At 32, and we're about to sell. At 32, going to bid a 3232 now. At 32 in New Jersey on the original. At 32, Beverly, are you in? 32, 33 with Ohio, thank you. 33, what would you like to bid next, Andrew? At 33 is with Ohio. At 33, New Jersey, your turn. 33, it's with Ohio, I'm about to sell. At 33, I'm bid at 33. At 33 on this amazing original. Many of her originals are over $40,000 in the New York galleries now. At 33, and I'm selling. At 33 with Ohio then. At 33, Andrew's out. From New Jersey's out. At 33, it's going with Ohio then. At 33 on the beautiful original by Lisa Mee. Going once, going twice, gavels high. Sold right here, line 7. Well done. The iridescent hibiscus. Aren't her paintings beautiful, Lisa Mee? Let's give Lisa Mee a big round of applause. What a lovely lady. Ladies and gentlemen, our best wishes to you, Lisa. Many of you may or may not know that her husband was Wayne Ensrud, and unfortunately he passed away less than a month ago. So, ladies and gentlemen, our thoughts are with Lisa. He was an incredible artist, a wonderful man, and if anyone is a filmmaker or a literary scholar, I would write a book about Wayne Ensrud, or create a movie about that man's life. He was a star in Hollywood, an artistic director. He's the most famous artist in France for the wine industry, everything to do with the wine world. And ladies and gentlemen, what a lovely, lovely man. He'll be sorely missed by everyone on the fine art auction. A dear friend to us. And Lisa, our thoughts are with you, and thank you. We look forward to seeing you under better circumstances in the new year, and hopefully some of your more wonderful, wonderful works gracing our television screens. So thank you once again to Lisa Mee. Ladies and gentlemen, a superb piece coming up now. If you're a Salvador Dali collector like me, don't miss this one. Don't miss it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is from the Biblia Sacra, and it is the sensational work Numerari de Templo, and it is from the sweet Biblia Sacra. This has 2 catalogue references. The most important one is by Albert Field. It was created in 1964 by Salvador Dali. It is signed in the actual mixed media there, and it is a very, very collectible piece from the 105 paintings of the Biblia Sacra from 1964. Salvador Dali with Nino. Thank you.
Yes, this is a wonderful, wonderful addition to the collection here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got from the Biblia Sacra, one of the most important and coveted suites ever created by Salvador Dali. Now, the name Salvador Dali, when you think about the great giants of the 20th century, of course, Picasso, Chagall, Miro, Salvador Dali, Henri Matisse, you know, these are the artists that changed what we think about art. These were the revolutionary artists of the time. He is right there in that company of the greatest artists of the 20th century, ladies and gentlemen. Without any question, he is a prodigious figure whose life and work occupies a central, it's a really a unique position in the history of modern art. Perhaps the greatest draftsman of all of those artists that I just mentioned. Now, when we think about Salvador Dali, we automatically think about surrealism. You know, he is surrealism, history's greatest surrealist artist. So he's really quite synonymous with surrealism itself. But he was a great artist. Great artist. He was a great talent. He was also a great publicist, self-publicist. He was also a great showman, and that worked out really well for him. A great combination. He was a well-read student of Sigmund Freud. He considered, dreams and imagination as central rather than marginal to human thought. He embraced the surrealist theory of automatism. He transformed this theory into something that was seen in a more positive light. He titled it critical paranoia, and under that concept, he described how artists should focus on cultivating a genuine delusion while still remaining aware at the back of their mind that control and reason will be suspended for a period of time. He worked in a variety of different genres: cubism, futurism, metaphysical painting, of course, surrealism. He was the most famous and notorious of the surrealists. He actually ended up getting ejected, or he was pushed out of the surrealist group because he was too surreal even for them. Now, when I say he was a great artist, much of what Dali does has its roots in the great traditions of painting. He studied Raphael intently, Vermeer, Rembrandt, Diego Velázquez. So when I say he's perhaps one of the greatest draftsmen of all time, it's because of that extraordinary experiences that he had by copying these great masters. Now, his technique is traditional. His treatment of surfaces, it's very reminiscent of the work of the Dutch masters of the 17th century. He even has Renaissance qualities within his works of art. Now, what we are looking at is, as Richard said, this is from the Biblia Sacra. Now, what is the Biblia Sacra? The Biblia Sacra original were watercolors that were produced by Salvador Dali as illustrations for a new edition of the Bible. It was his friend, Dr. Giuseppe Alboreto. Dr. Giuseppe Alboreto was a devout man. He was Dali's friend. He was also a patron, a collector. They used to vacation together. They were very close. And he had great faith and dedication to the Catholic Church. And it was this faith and dedication that led him in 1963 to commission his dear friend Salvador Dali to create the illustrations. Because he knew, Dr. Alboreto knew Dali very well. And he knew that he really immersed himself into whatever project he had taken on. So this project would require Dali to study the Bible, and he hoped Dr. Alboreto did, he hoped that this would bring Salvador Dali back to God. Now, from this commission comes the Biblia Sacra. It's a series of surreal depictions of key themes from the Bible, and it consists, the entire suite consists of 105 color mixed technique lithographs after those original 105 watercolor paintings created by Salvador Dali between 1963 and 1964. Now, how are they done? It's a combination. As you can see, it is very much a mixed media. You've got offset lithography, tone lithography, silk screening or serography. There's an application of varnishes, metallic inks, and it had to have a very specially created paper to withhold and hold up to all of those heavy, heavy mediums that were on the work of art. Now, what do we have before us? What is the story of this scene that we have? This is a Salvador Dali depicting the story of Jesus throwing the sellers and the money changers out of the temple. So if you were to look at the literal translation of the Latin title on this work of art, it's the money changers were cast out of the temple. It's a theme that has been done before. Other artists have done this before, perhaps outside of Salvador Dali, the most famous being Rembrandt, and his painting titled Christ Drives Out the Money Changers. So he used, Salvador Dali, this is interesting, we were just passing right now, but if you look at the work of art, he uses his own thumbprint to the form to quickly suggest a crowd of people. This is a technique that the art uses throughout his Biblia Sacra series. Now, the lowest figure with outstretched arms is a classical style representation of Jesus. So that is the scene that we have here before us on the Biblia Sacra, ladies and gentlemen. A cult of personality, as he has been called. In fact, Andre Breton, who was the leader of the surrealist group, said about Salvador Dali, "It is with Dali that for the very first time, the windows of the mind are wide open." 2 museums dedicated solely to the life, the career, and the artwork of this legendary artist, ladies and gentlemen, Salvador Dali. In fact, he's buried under one of those. Now, he returned to classical tradition and Catholicism with this project. And as I said, he studied Raphael intently, and Raphael was an avid reader of Dante, and that became very much a hero to Salvador Dali. Now, what do these go for? You know, if you can find them, what do they typically sell for? Earlier today, we talked about hand-signed versus plate-signed, so there's going to be a difference on those works of art, also on the popularity of the image. Now, remember, of course, that there is a very finite number of these that were printed lifetime impressions. Very, very few still remain. I've been in the world of art for 30 plus years. I'm a collector of Dali, as is Richard, and I know, gosh, going back 20 years ago, these were $7,000, $8,000, $9,000. 20 years ago. And even more for the most rare and highly sought after ones. In fact, let me just show you. I'll give you a couple of different examples just to give you an idea of what these typically will go for. So go to my screen for a second. I'm going to show you Art Price. It's a platform that is a consolidation of past auction results. And so it's a really wonderful resource for us so we can see what works of art have sold for in the past, which gives us a little bit of an idea of what expectations are in galleries and in auction houses. So this is an auction house result, Swan Galleries, and this is going back a ways, 2008. So this is Biblia Sacra that we see before us, and as you can see, the price, maybe I can make it bigger, it's a little hard to be seeing with your screen at home, isn't it? $26,000. Now, what's really interesting to me on this is how much it exceeded what their expectations were. Their expectations were $12,000 to $18,000, and it sold for $26,000. Now, that is a hand-signed work of art, ladies and gentlemen, okay? So keep that in mind. Now, a plate-signed work of art. What would a plate-signed work of art sell for from the Biblia Sacra? This is going back to 2000. This is also Swan Galleries. This is the Biblia Sacra. This one is a plate-signed one, and this one had a price, including buyer's premium, of $13,800. So that gives you a little bit of an idea. Now let's go back to the work of art itself, and let's take it to the auction. Back to you, Richard.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go then. It's lot 204, the beautiful, beautiful work of Salvador Dali. This is 60 years old. It is a lifetime work, and I strongly, strongly suggest this is one of the most collectible of the entire Biblia Sacra. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Salvador Dali then, the Spanish master born in Figueras in northeastern Spain in 1904. He died in 1989. This one is Numerare de Templo Electi from the Sweet Biblia Sacra, double catalogue reference, most important reference by Albert Field. It is a mixed media colour lithograph with serigraphy, varnish and metallic pigments on handmade paper. Ladies and gentlemen, what a great, great piece. I can't believe we're bidding in $10 bids on this. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what you're looking at? This piece, Nino, Ray, myself, 25 years ago, when they looked nearly as young as me, we used to sell these somewhere between $8,000 and $10,000. No joke. In auction. Mixed media colour lithograph with serigraphy, with varnish and metallic pigments on handmade paper. Someone give me $2,000 for it. Come on, it's worth it. First date, first printing, 1964, published by Rizzoli Editions in Milan, Italy, in collaboration with this man, Salvador Dali. Ladies and gentlemen, it's from the Biblia Sacra, a very powerful piece. And here is Nina to tell you more. You've got 2 minutes, then the hammer's coming down. So good luck. Look at the bib, my goodness gracious. Over to Nino.
Yeah, we are both a little bit gobsmacked here, Richard, on the price that we're at here. You could not get half of the frame for where we are right now. And this is a Salvador Dali. You know what, I always think of it when this kind of a situation is, I think about, you know, what they're going to look back on, what the viewers are going to look back on when they start to do a little bit of research. And I encourage you, take a look around out there, ladies and gentlemen, and see what is actually happening out there in the art world. Now, there is, as I said, there's very finite number of these available. There's not going to be more in the future, because those that collect works of art by the great masters, Salvador Dali, Picasso, Miro, Chagall, etc., these great masters of the past, they don't resell them. You know, these get passed down generationally. You keep them in your family and to encourage the next generation to continue those collecting. And history shows us, you know, as far as escalation of prices on these works of art, the rarity of them, the desirability of them, it's quite obvious. Now, I just shared with our viewers the $26,000 piece, and let's show it again. I'll show it again. I'm going to show you guys a few different examples. So a very coveted work of art, one of the rarest ones. So go to my screen for a second. And then I'm going to show you the most affordable that I can possibly find, okay? The most affordable that I can find. So here you have 26,000, beautiful work of art, hand-signed, Biblia Sacra. And I did share with you, of course, some of the others. And this one has a price of 16,000. This is Biblia Sacra. Auction estimate around 13,000. And I think I shared this one. Yeah, I did. And this one at 13,800. Now, the most affordable that I can find, which means that it's one of the least desirable, not in fantastic shape, but it's okay. It's a nice piece, very Dalinian. So here is, ladies and gentlemen, this is like almost giving it away at that's about 5,675. But let me show this to you. Here you have unframed, okay, so no frame. And this is, again, signed in the stone. No frame, signed in the stone. So incredibly conservatively, this one, put a frame on it, you're around 6,000, yeah, about 6,000. 6,000, maybe 6,200 or so. Let's go back to the work of art. That is giving it away. That is an unsigned, that is a work of art that has no frame on it, and condition is questionable. With us, this work of art, we know it's in pristine, immaculate condition. We would never let anything leave our studio in anything less than that kind of condition. So we know that for sure, and our past viewers and our past collectors can attest to that. We're very, very proud about that. When you look through your screen, it's hard for you to see the quality of that, even though we zoom in and pan around. But when you get that in your home, you're going to be very rewarded, ladies and gentlemen. What you have before you right now is easily, this is today easily a $6,000, $7,000 work of art that you have before you right now. Get your bids in, ladies and gentlemen. I get excited for you when we see bids like this, because you're able to accomplish something. You're going to get something here amazing at a great, great price that you'll find nowhere else in the world. Richard, back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's about to sell any moment now, but before I sell it, what I'll do is I'll just give you a bit of background information on the actual piece. It's in here, the Biblia Sacra, Dali and his Bible. John, are they trying to bid over there? This particular one is using the Latin Vulgate Bible as his source of inspiration. Salvador Dali set out on a journey of biblical discovery from 1963 to 1969. His quest, commissioned by his good friend Giuseppe Alboreto, a very wealthy Italian industrialist, was to illustrate God's holy words, and in the process for Dali to discover spirituality for himself, bringing out the full range of Dali's creativity, color and content. 105 lithographs spanning 5 volumes represent the culmination of his expedition into sacred writings. The resultant masterwork serves as a testimony to the mind of Salvador Dali. It is the largest, most comprehensive collection of works in one portfolio by Dali. Now, that is absolutely true, because in the Divine Comedy, which is another one, he only did 101 paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your piece in the Biblia Sacra book here. It says, the money changers thrown out of the temple. Numulari de templo electi. So it said from the Ecclesiastes, guard your feet whenever you go to the house of the true God, and let there be a drawing near to hear. And from John, stop making the house of my Father a house of merchandise. The religious discussion, very quickly, in chapter 2 of the book of John, Jesus casts the sellers and the money changers out of the temple. Here, the author states that ignorance is not an excuse for sinners, and that they will still be held accountable for their actions in life. So that's what the piece is all about. A little bit of the artistic interpretation, because I think this is interesting. Master artists of the past reproduced the Bible verse countless times, all with their own personal flair and interpretation. Salvador Dali would no doubt have familiarized himself with versions from well-known artists like Valentin de Boulogne or indeed Rembrandt. The tan, cream-colored blotches signify the heads of the money changers in very basic forms. There you have it. As seen before, the heads look almost like smudges or thumbprints. The hair and outstretched arms painted on the central figure reveal Dali's knowledge of classical artworks of Jesus. So there you have it. Hand signed 1964. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever acquire a work from the Biblia Sacra, get this book, the Biblia Sacra, Dali and his Bible, by Richard Hart, Esquire. Have that on your coffee table. Have that on your wall. That is a fantastic book, ladies and gentlemen, and the artwork is amazing. As I said, they're not under 7,000 or 8,000 normally. I'm selling it. I'll give you one more minute with Nino. Nino, it's on sale. Here we go. I'll take $50 bids off anyone now. And how on earth we're under 2,000, I don't know.
Yeah, we were both a little bit surprised by that. Not a little bit surprised. We're very, very shocked at that with all of that information that we have just provided. And thank you for all of the additional information. Super valuable and wonderful for collectors to have that information. I'm a collector of Dali. I'm looking at some Dali works in my studio right now as we speak. I would never part with them. I've been offered an awful lot for them. I would never, ever part with them. They stay with me, and they're going to be passed down to my children and then passed down to their children. Now, this was a really personal project for Salvador Dali with his dear, dear friend, Dr. Giuseppe Alboreto. Go to my screen for a split second. While you're getting your bids in, I'll just give you just to show, to illustrate how close that they were. They would go on vacation together. They would travel together. They would spend time together. Here's the family. This is Salvador Dali with, look at his face, with that classic mustache, and he's staring right into the camera. And that's Mrs. Giuseppe Alboreto. That's his wife. And that is the book that Richard just shared with you, which we all strongly encourage you to get if you are a serious collector of Salvador Dali and you acquire this incredible piece. Go back to the work of art. Let's go back to the work of art itself, ladies and gentlemen. You've got the story on it now. You've got the history on that work of art. You've got the biblical references. You've got the artistic impression on the work of art. Right now, the bidding is at about the price of that extraordinary museum quality frame that is on this work of art, ladies and gentlemen. Get your bids in. Own a Salvador Dali if you can. And again, the title on this work of art is The Money Changers Are Cast Out of the Temple. It is a classic scene that has been visited by other great artists in the past, such as Rembrandt or Albrecht Dürer. They have visited this same scene here. This is the greatest surrealist, perhaps of all time, his interpretation of this great scene. Ladies and gentlemen, this warrants certainly another zero on that work of art that we see here right now. We are at $550. It is a spectacular addition to anybody's collection. Good luck to our bidders. We're going to take it to the auction. You got to get your bids in quick. Richard?
Well, that's it now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Nino. It's going under the hammer. I'll take another 50 off anyone if you're quick. You've got to be quick. Give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. It's about to go. This is about to sell. A great piece from the Biblia Sacra by Salvador Dali. Take another 50 to be quick if you want it. Going once then. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about to sell. Take another 50 if you're quick. Best and final bid going twice. Third and the final time. Sold and gone. Thank you. Well done to you. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, that was low, but congratulations to you. Okay, coming up next, we're very fortunate to have an amazing work of art in the auction, ladies and gentlemen. It happens to be from 1640. So an amazing work. It's 385 years old. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Landscape with Moon and Grazing Horse. What a great image from the Flemish artist Peter Paul Rubens. And this was engraved, executed by Skelter Adams Bosford, ladies and gentlemen, in Antwerp, in the year in and around the year 1640. So it's 385 years of age. Ladies and gentlemen, it is up for auction now. A very special work with Nino. Thank you, Nino.
So this is a great example of why I love what I do. I mean, look at what we're doing here, ladies and gentlemen. Look what we're talking about. We're talking about a Rubens. We are taking a walk through history's greatest masters. That's what's happening on this show. There's no place else. You tell me a gallery that you're going to go to and you're going to be able to see a variety of these most important artists in history, such as we're showing here today. Picasso, Salvador Dali, Peter Paul Rubens. We're going to be showing a Da Vinci later. I mean, this is absolutely extraordinary. Let's talk about the artist. Peter Paul Rubens, born in 1577, passed away in 1640. One of the most famous and successful European artists of the 17th century, many would say of all time. One of the most celebrated and prolific artists in Europe during his lifetime, as well as the entire Baroque era. His patrons included royalty, churches. His art depicted subjects from religion, history, and mythology. His style, Rubens' style, combined with a knowledge of Renaissance, classicism with lush brushwork and a lively realism, is a standout unseen with any other artist. Now, he is named after the saints Peter and Paul, on whose feast day he was born. He was born on June 28, 1577. He was born in the town of Siegen in Westphalia, which is now Germany. He was one of 7 children of a prosperous lawyer and a very sophisticated, cultured wife. Now, following his father's death in 1587, the family moved to Antwerp. And Richard had just mentioned, this is an Antwerp piece, ladies and gentlemen, very important. That's in the Spanish Netherlands, now Belgium. And that's where young Rubens received an education and artistic training. He served as an apprentice to several very well-established artists, and he was admitted into Antwerp's Professional Guild for Painters in 1598. In 1600, Rubens traveled to Italy, where he viewed the art of such Renaissance masters like Titian or Tintoretto or Raphael, Michelangelo when he went to Rome. And he soon found an employer, Vincenzo Gonzaga, who was the Duke of Mantua, who commissioned him to paint portraits and sponsored his travels. Very typical in that period of time for artists to travel, but they needed a sponsor to finance it. Rubens was sent by Vincenzo to Spain, to the city of Genoa in Italy, and then again to Rome. He was a gifted businessman, was Peter Paul Rubens. He spoke 6 languages fluently, and obviously a very highly talented artist. He started to receive commissions to paint religious work for churches and portraits for private clients. He came home to Antwerp in 1608. That's where he married Isabella Brandt and established his own studio with a staff of assistants. He was appointed court painter to the Archduke Albert and Archduchess Isabella, who governed the southern Netherlands on behalf of Spain. And in a time of social and economic recovery after war, Antwerp's affluent merchants were building their private art collections, and local churches were being refurbished with new art. So he was getting all these really prestigious commissions to paint large religious works, like some of the famous ones, the Raising of the Cross or the Descent from the Cross, some of these incredible, incredible pieces. He's been called the Prince of Painters and the Painter of Princes because of his career and due to his frequent work with royal clients. He produced a tapestry cycle for Louis XIII of France and a series of 21 large canvases glorifying the life and reign of Marie de Medici of France, and also the allegorical Peace and War for Charles I of England. So, I mean, he was the King Kong of the art world during his lifetime. He passed away May 30th, 1640, in Antwerp, in the Spanish Netherlands, and he was, at that time, the most celebrated artist in all of Europe. Left behind 8 children, as well as numerous studio assistants. Interesting studio as well. You know, this was a time of the studios were not huge. He had an incredible studio, as did Rembrandt. These are some of the few artists that had this incredible studios where they were having students and teaching others to work with them. Now, there's no artist, really, of any era with a feel for the physicality and the sensuality of paint who hasn't been affected by Rubens in one way or another. When we start to look through the history of art and you start to listen to the influences, you got artists like Delacroix or Manet, Vincent van Gogh, Cézanne, Edgar Degas. All of these artists have quoted and stated that they were heavily influenced by the works of art of Peter Paul Rubens. So that's just to name a few, all powerfully influenced by this great, great master, ladies and gentlemen. So this is amazing that we have this available for us. Now, you take a look at the work of art, and we also have to give tribute to the printer. The printer on this work of art, Bolsward, is creating an image in this medium, in engraving, where it's an intaglio, where you're cutting into a metal plate, and getting moonlight reflecting on rippling water using this engraving technique is hard to imagine. This really shows how masterful the printer was also in showing that original work of art by Peter Paul Rubens in this manner. Amazing piece. Let's go to the auction.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's lot 205, Peter Paul Rubens, engraving in black, landscape with moon and grazing horse. This one is executed by Skelter Adams Bolsward, 1586 to 1659. He created this in Antwerp circa 1640 at the end of the life of Peter Paul Rubens, a Flemish artist, also based in Antwerp. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Paul Rubens was knighted by the king of the day, so he was Sir Peter Paul Rubens. He did many works for the Dutch royal family, the Flemish, the Belgian royal family, the Spanish royal family, and even the British royal family. So, ladies and gentlemen, he's in every major royal collection. He's in the Hermitage Museum. He's in the Royal Academy in London. And this is his famous piece, Landscape with Moon and Grazing Horse, engraving in black ink on laid paper after the original, executed by Skelter Adams Bolsward. 1586 to 1659 in Antwerp in 1640, making this 385 years of age. What an amazing historical work of art. I'm going to stand next to it, give you an idea of the scale of the piece. Ladies and gentlemen, what a great, great work of art. The condition is fantastic for its age. 385. Imagine that every centimetre of this was engraved by hand onto the copper plate. To do these trees, the detail in the trees. Could we maybe zoom in close on this and then come across to the sky over here? Because the contrast in the engraving technique on the copper plate to do this. And remember, when the artists did all this, they're doing it in reverse. They're doing it in reverse so that when the paper is laid onto the copper, as they did this piece of paper is over 385 years old. It was laid onto the copper plate in 1640 with the ink. It was pulled by hand, and it was kept in amazing condition for nearly 400 years. This is not a $1,300 piece. Think about it. It's one of the most famous European artists that has ever lived. Sir Peter Paul Rubens, in every major museum in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone who gets this, look after it. You are the custodian of it, hopefully for the next 70 or 80 years, or keep it in the family. This has been in existence for nearly 400 years. What a piece. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to Nina. I'll give you 2 minutes, but I'm going to sell. We're going to, won't be going back. So when the 2 minutes is up, I will be selling. Good luck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Get your bids in. You have an opportunity to add to your collection what really belongs in a museum, a Peter Paul Rubens. I mean, that is extraordinary in itself. At 400 years old, as Richard said, if only the artwork could speak to us and tell us about its travels and the hands that it has passed through and the history of it. I mean, that is art epitomized, just absolutely crazy. Go to my screen for a moment. I'll show you a couple of different examples here of where you can see this work of art. If you are not the successful bidder and you'd like to visit it, Princeton Art Museum has the exact same engraving that we are having available for you to bid on here right now, ladies and gentlemen. The exact same one right there, as you can see. But as Richard said, you know, every major museum is going to carry works of art by Peter Paul Rubens, any serious recognized museum, and it is going to be the biblical scenes like we're looking at right here. There's a couple other examples as well. And then there is that Princeton one I just shared with you. Incredible, incredible, incredible etching engraving that's been done here. Now, here is an after Peter Paul Rubens. So this one is 1638, so it's 2 years. It was printed 2 years prior to the one that you are currently bidding on. And this one, again, I was reading the description on the work of art, not in perfect condition like the one that you were bidding on here, but not bad, not bad. And that gives you a little bit of an idea. Take a look, unframed, right there. Peter Paul Rubens, Landscape with Roman Ruins is the title on that work of art. 11,500 unframed for that engraving right there, ladies and gentlemen. So that gives you, again, some real good reference, which is what I'm trying to do. I always want to give you comfort and confidence when you're bidding on these works of art. So if I'm sitting there and I'm looking at, okay, here's one that's not in as great condition. It's at 11,500. I put a frame on it. I'm at 12,000. I put a frame on it like they put a frame on it. I'm probably at 12,500. And I have an opportunity to bid on this work of art. Let's go back to the piece. Let's go back to the work of art. Let's go back to the piece that you are currently bidding on. Ladies and gentlemen, very prestigious to have this in your home collection. And as Richard said, and I'm just going to echo what he said, you've got a responsibility. This is a responsibility work of art. You've got to manage and maintain this work of art in its current condition and pass it on for generations. It's lasted 400 years. This is a piece of history, ladies and gentlemen, art history that you have before you right now. Somebody is going to be very, very fortunate. If you have the means to acquire a Peter Paul Rubens engraving in black, a 400-year-old work of art that is in major museums and one of his signature pieces, as an art collector myself, I get giddy, I get excited when this kind of an opportunity arises, ladies and gentlemen. Make no mistake, you are bidding on an incredible addition to anybody's collection. Best of luck to our bidders. I mean, we're talking about an artist that an original sells for $76 million. That's what he has sold an original work of art for. So this again speaks to why, you know, some of us, mere mortals, we can't afford $76 million, but perhaps we can afford $10,000 for something like this. And we can have that in our collection. And that is why limited editions or prints are created historically, so the artist or the artist pupils or those printers, they can showcase those artists' work to a much, much broader audience around the world. Zooming in and panning around, you see the quality of the engraving, because engravings are done on on a metal plate, and that plate becomes deteriorated after numerous presses. This one is pristine. It's absolutely pristine. Ladies and gentlemen, good luck to our bidders in this work of art. This is an amazing piece. Peter Paul Rubens, let's take it to the auction. Richard?
15 with Beverly, 1500, 1500, another one off anyone of Missouri. Thank you. Let's look lively now. At 15, it is an auction, not a seance. Here we go. At 15, get a bit of 15, 15, 15 bid. At 1500, another one off anyone at 1500. At 1500, it's about to sell. The amazing 385-year-old, 16 with California, with Kim's bidder in California at 16. Beverly, what would you like to bid next? Let's go. 16, 17, thank you, Kim. 17, Virginia, Armando, Virginia. 17, Armando, Virginia. At 17, 17 is bid. 17 bid. 17, I'm selling. 18 with Beverly. 18 with Beverly. 18 bid, 18, 18, 18. Where was that from? Missouri, thank you. 18 bid. 2,000 with California. 2,000 on the Peter Paul Rubens. At 2,000 from 1640. At 21, 21 I'm bid. 21 I took Armando first. 21, 21's with Armando. 21 with Armando. 21, 21 is bid. 21, there's 3 of you bidding. 21 is bid. 21 got a bid at 21, 21 I'm bid at 21 I sell. At 21, is there another one off anyone at 22? 22, Missouri in the lead. At 22 with Beverly and Missouri. At 22, Kim or Armando. 23 I got Andrew. 23 I took Andrew with Texas. 23, there's 4 of you bidding now. At 23, it's Andrew in the lead. At 23, Beverly, yes or no, Missouri. At 23 with Texas. At 23, Missouri's out. Thank you, Missouri. At 23, 25, I got Andrew. At 25 is bid. At 25, I get a bit of 25 bid. At 25 and I'm selling. At 25 and another one off anyone at 25. At 25 and I'm selling. At 25 I go. At 25, anyone else? John, just double check, please. At 25, I need you to focus. At 25, get a bit of 25 bid. 25 going once, going twice. At 25. Texas all the way. Congratulations. Thank you to all the bidders there. 5 of you bidding in the final straight, but could only be 1 winner on that amazing work. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just a little reminder, coming up in about an hour and a half's time, we have all the way from Germany, the incredible KEF. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave, get ready to play a very, very quick video. Let's remind everyone, if they needed reminding, what he looks like, what his artwork looks like, but I'm going to show you briefly. We have the worldwide debut, the first 2 sculpture in the world by KEF to be auctioned, and they're right here and they're coming up this evening. We also have this amazing, and if you could just take an angled shot there, well done, amazing monumental painting. Some of his paintings, as you know on the show, some of them have sold over 60,000, 63 is the record on the show at the moment. But this one is just a beautiful, beautiful piece. That is your star piece tonight. But coming back to the center, if you could drop the logos for a second, let's have a look. Down here is the original Louis Vuitton hand-painted bag. I will get that on the turntable for you, ladies and gentlemen, giving it the full white glove treatment. Make sure the gloves are beautifully pressed for me, John. Lovely white gloves. I do like to have fun. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, also a lovely surprise. Now, in the red banner down here, it says KEF will be live in the studio at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is correct. but also there is a free raffle for you to enter to win this, the 40 by 40 holographic jeweled work of art. Could you zoom in close on that? Is there any chance can we see all of the holographic jewels on that piece, ladies and gentlemen? What a gorgeous piece. That's about $8,500, as Ray said yesterday, and that is your star raffle piece. We've never done a raffle on the show before. I'm doing it for you as a gesture. But here's the great thing, ladies and gentlemen. There will be a winner of this. But everyone who takes part in the raffle is a winner. Why do I say that? Everyone, all we're asking you is your name, what state you're from. If we have it in the system, most of you. But if you're new to the show, we'll ask you your name, register you, simple as that. The only other thing we want to know, how you're watching us. People are watching us on Verizon or Comcast or YouTube or some other new system. Might be something to do with Elon Musk. I've no idea. But ladies and gentlemen, however you're watching the show, that's all we want to do. We want to update our system and find out where you're all watching and what parts of the country. That's all. So that's the reason for the raffle, but also to celebrate the master artist from Germany being here. So this is being given as a prize at 11 o'clock on Monday. At 10 o'clock Monday is the final time you can enter the raffle. So do it now. You can enter tomorrow. You can enter on Monday. You only enter one time. So if you've already entered, don't worry about calling again. You're in the system. And you're already a winner. Why? Because Ray and I are sending you all a beautiful card. It's got a lovely picture of me and Ray. No, there's a lovely card coming to you from all the team here. And inside is a gift for you to enjoy on the show. Throughout December, you can spend it on what you like. I'm not going to give away the surprise, but ladies and gentlemen, John, are we agreed? It's a 3-figure surprise. Are we agreed? Yes. It's a 3-figure surprise. So there you go. It's going to be in your card, and all you had to do, if you haven't entered the raffle, get on the phone now, 866-518-5933, enter the raffle. Someone's going to win that, but everyone is a winner because you're going to get a card from us with a nice 3-figure gift inside to spend on anything you like throughout the month of December. So we're going to have a lot of fun in December. The fun starts tonight. We got KEF on the show at 10:45, ladies and gentlemen. So let's remind you who the young man is, and then we'll be doing our next work of art, which is by the artist Ella Fort. Here is KEF.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold, California. Sold at $41,000. Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for KEF.
Well, I hope you guys are as excited as I am to have this opportunity to meet KEF and to hear directly from him and to see these extraordinary works of art. Stay with us. You're not going to want to miss this, ladies and gentlemen. This is a really exciting night to be here, having this sensation, this phenom KEF joining us just very, very soon here. It's coming up this evening, as Richard has just stated. So, ladies and gentlemen, stick around for that. And look what we have before us right now. A beautiful, gorgeous landscape scene by Ella Fort, an original lithograph in colors. By the way, that term original before the term lithograph, what does that mean? And again, I always want to explain what these terms mean to you. That means that the artist herself was working directly with the printer, had her hand in the creation of this. So let me expand upon that. Oftentimes, artists don't have the skill set to actually create a limited edition or a lithograph in this case. So what they do is they take, along with their publishers, their favorite work of art, one of their favorite works of art that they've created, and they'll take it to a printer and they'll say, hey, I want you to make, X amount of these works of art. That's what I'm looking to get done here right now. And in this case, 390, which is a very small edition. In this case, Ella Fort has that skill set. And I talked about that a little bit earlier with Pablo Picasso. He was a great printmaker. Ella Fort also is a printmaker. So it's very much a collaborative process. Now, she's a French artist born in Bordeaux, famous for her beautiful landscapes of the Provence area. Her artistic studies in Paris at very prestigious institutions and her obvious talent has been rewarded with numerous first prize awards at exhibitions throughout her career. Her art it's inviting, it's charming and inviting. It transports the viewer to the stunning landscapes that she adores so much and wants the world to share in her experiences. Her palette, it's light, it's colorful. She has an easy, loose style for the landscape, but a very precise and detailed portrayal of the architectural aspects of her paintings. The contrast of these two styles infuses her art with a unique and interesting element that we don't often see in other artists that choose similar subjects. Now, Ella Fort's art clearly shows her passion for the countryside that she grew up in, and it invites us to dream about visiting these beautiful places ourselves. Sophisticated art collectors worldwide are eagerly acquiring her artwork, and it is a rare opportunity for our viewers to bid on one of her coveted prints. I know we've got a lot of viewers here that have been with the show for many, many years, ladies and gentlemen, and you probably have not had the opportunity of bidding on an Ella Fort. They come up really, really seldom. Now, lithographs, we haven't had an opportunity to talk very much about lithograph, the process. I'll go super fast on it and give you a rudimentary explanation of this time-honored technique for creating a work of art as an addition. In this case, I said the addition is 390. So how it's done is, imagine for a moment a limestone, a very thick, heavy, large limestone. Now, here's the concept. It's based upon the antipathy of oil and water. So artists have discovered they take a greasy crayon and they can draw the image of perhaps let's just use the structures, the buildings in the background on the right-hand side up at the top as an example. So she would draw the rooftops, just the rooftops, in a greasy crayon, then treat the lithographic stone with water and then apply her oil-based paint or ink, and that would travel across the water and be attracted to the greasy crayon drawing that she had created. Then once the water dries and dissipates off, she's going to have just that one color. So just perhaps let's zoom into the rooftops up in the top right corner. She's going to have just one color on that plate. So for every color, so she would just have on that plate, it would just have those square or rectangles that we see here in that color that we have, that kind of salmon or that orange. That's right there. So then for every color on here, every nuance of color, every subtlety of color, she has to use a separate plate. So it is building and building and building and building up the image until you get to the final result that you see here. So it's a very laborious, very difficult process to work in lithography, and she's masterful at it, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely masterful. Now, as I said, when I look at these works of art, they're very inviting. That's one of the things I love about art. It's like a window into a place that I want to go. It's an inspiration. It's like a dream board of a place that you would love to visit. Or perhaps it can bring back memories of a place that you have enjoyed in the past. Let's take a look at that signature, bottom right. So one of the things that we look for when we're looking for a work of art is the signature nice and crisp? Yes, it is. So you see that, and then you see the edition size on the other side. So here we have a hand-signed work of art, ladies and gentlemen. Ella Fort, beautiful piece, Village in the Mountains. If you're going to translate the title on the work of art, Village in the Mountains is the title on this. And so landscapes, time-honored tradition for creating landscapes. Her palette is stunning, spectacular. The perspective that she creates is really brilliant. And so when I talk about perspective, we look about in the foreground, in the background, and how these blend seamlessly together, and you look for a convergence of foreground and background. Now, that convergence of foreground and background can be called the vanishing point. Typically, that's going to be in the center of the work of art. Forgive me, I'm losing my voice just a wee little bit here. So that's what she's masterful at creating. She's masterful at creating these beautiful landscape scenes of her beloved area that she grew up in, and she has that distinct talent of that perspective with the foreground, the background, the vanishing point. Stunning, stunning works of art by Ella Fort. Let's take this one to the auction.
Thank you, Nino. And ladies and gentlemen, it is lot 206. Let's go to the certificate of authenticity. And it is the wonderful French artist, very popular artist, exhibited all over the world. Her name, Ella Fort. Ella Fort, the French 20th century artist, Village dans la Montagne, the village in the mountains. And ladies and gentlemen, the original lithograph is in colour on thick woven paper. It is signed by the artist in the lower margin, and it's a limited edition example. It's hand signed by the artist, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when the clock runs out, I'm going to be bringing down the hammer. So if you want to bid on it, bid now. The bid's only $60, it looks like. So when the clock runs out, I won't be going back to Nino. It's going to sell. You've got just over 2 minutes. Hand signed, beautiful. The Village in the Mountains, Village dans la Montagne, hand signed by Ella Fort. 2 minutes with Nino. We're selling. I won't be going back again. Here we go. Sold.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the bid is very, very low on this original lithograph by Ella Fort. You've got all of those elements that Richard just shared with you, that I shared with you as well. So very important. You've got that hand signature. You got the edition size on the work of art. The frame, by the way, you got about a $400 frame on that work of art right there. Now, what does she typically sell these for? If you were to walk into a gallery, you're going to be looking at about $1,200 on the low end, unframed, up to about $2,000 for one of these works of art. In auction, of course, you expect and you hope to do a little bit better than that, but $70, gosh, you would not be able to get the frame for that, ladies and gentlemen, not even close. As I said, that's about a $400 frame on that work of art. So this represents a really fantastic opportunity to add something to your collection. There's not an awful lot of competition on it just yet, which is surprising to me because Ella Fort's really famous. She's really renowned. She has collectors actively seeking out her work throughout Europe, throughout North America as well. So ladies and gentlemen, what you have before you is, it's kind of like one of those, you look in a kind of a dusty old antique shop and you see something in the corner and you put in a bid on that and you get a steal on that work of art. And that's kind of what I'm experiencing here when we look at this piece. As we zoom in and we pan around, you can start to have an appreciation for all of the different elements that she has created in this work of art. And remember, as I said, every color, those greens, the vibrant greens, the blue in the background, the subtleties, the nuances, the clouds in the sky, every aspect of that. Each color is a separate plate that had to be created, and then you lay them one on top of another with your printing press until you build up the entire image. It is an exhaustive process that most artists will not tackle, and most artists don't have the skill set to do it because it takes a certain kind of mind to be able to break apart a work of art. You look at the work of art and you start to break it apart into its essential elements or its essential colors, and then you recreate that on a lithographic plate, and you have to make it look as close to the original as possible. Imagine tackling on that project yourself. So that's why master printers are very, very important. But the beautiful thing about Ella Fort and this work of art is she is collaborating with them, and therefore you get that original term before lithograph, which you don't always see. You often will not see that. You'll see a lithograph, but you won't see original lithograph because artists won't have the ability to create in that manner. But she does. Very, very talented artist, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take it to the auction. We're only at $180. I'm really surprised. Good luck to our bidders. Richard, back to you.
Well, we're done. We're done. The clock has run out, ladies and gentlemen, so time is up. If you're not on the phone, you're going to miss out. Give me your best and final bid now. Give me your best and final bid. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else? Come on, what a gorgeous piece. The Village in the Mountains, Ella Fort. Very, very well thought of artist, not only in France, but in Italy, in the UK, and also, funnily enough, she had a great following in Japan, of all places. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to sell it. It's about to go. We haven't even reached $200. The frame alone is probably about $450. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling it. It's hand-signed. Nice piece. What a great little piece. Hand-signed work by Ella Fort. It's about to go then. Is there anyone else? Give me a best and final bid. Give me a best and final bid. It's about to go. Going once then, going twice, gavels high. Sold. There we go. Well done. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for those of you who've entered the raffle. If you enter it one time, you don't have to call again tomorrow or on Monday. If you're entered in one time, that's all you need to do, because we're going to be applying them to a database, and then we just literally, the raffle tickets will be given in a box, so we see your name and what state you are, etc. And then I'll announce it at 11 p.m. on Monday. The last entry point is 10 p.m. on Monday. So, ladies and gentlemen, good luck with that. But don't forget, everyone who's entered that raffle tonight, last night, tomorrow or Monday, be assured you're getting a card from Ray, myself and all the team here, and it will have a lovely 3-figure certificate in there for you to enjoy at your leisure anytime during December. So, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of firsts for the fine art auction, and again, this amazing $8,500 raffle of the beautiful piece will be given at 11 o'clock Monday night. You only have to enter one time and you will receive the card. Everyone's a winner. So, ladies and gentlemen, bear that in mind. No need to call tomorrow or the day after if you did it yesterday already tonight. If you haven't done it and you're new to the show, it's free to enter. All you've got to do is register. If you're new to the show, if you're already registered, just call in. We'll put how you're watching the show. That's all we want to do, is update our system, really. So, but it's a great excuse and a wonderful time to have KEF, and he's joining us in just over an hour and a half. So stay tuned for a fantastic show. I'll be auctioning these, the first in the world to be auctioned, the sculpture. So who will get the first one? You've got the monumental painting. This is absolutely stunning work. And his canvases like this, I mean, they're $100,000 pieces now. In the auction, we've already achieved figures in the region. 63,000, I think, is the record so far. And ladies and gentlemen, the handbag from Louis Vuitton, hand painted by KEF. That is a spectacular piece. Again, all of this being auctioned tonight after 10:45. So join us for that event. But coming up now, ladies and gentlemen, I told you about this piece earlier. John, let's go with the lights. I want to show this in all its glory. It is a spectacular work by Jean-Claude Navarro. And ladies and gentlemen, this glass sculpture, I don't want to touch it without white gloves, ladies and gentlemen, because that is an absolutely spectacular, wonderful work by one of the greatest glass sculptors to have ever lived. His name, Jean-Claude Navarro, and in here, all the beautiful gold leaf as if it's floating in the glass there. What a beautiful, stunning piece. Ladies and gentlemen, up for auction next, the Jean-Claude Navarro with Nino.
Yeah, this is very special. I mean, we don't often get sculptures like this on the show, and it's a really extraordinary sculpture. He's been called the king of glass. Many art connoisseurs in the world consider him to be amongst the greatest glass artists of all time, unsurpassed in his use of color and form in these works of art. Highly, highly sought after, as I said, by art connoisseurs all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. Let me give you a little bit of a background, a little bit of history. He was born in 1943. He passed away in 2015. French artist, as I said, considered one of the greatest glassmakers of the 20th century. Now, for nearly 50 years, Jean-Claude Navarro had perfected the art of creating glass sculpture with a singularity of purpose that some would almost say it was like an obsession for him. Navarro has become world-renowned not only for technical mastery and innovation, but also for his solitary technique. It's a rarity, even among the most accomplished glass maestros, that he has this. Each action of creation is pre-planned. It's very intentional. It's designed to achieve a specific result. Claude Monet once said, "No one is an artist unless he carried his picture in his head before painting it and sure of his method and composition." So given this definition, Jean-Claude Navarro is a fine artist of the absolute highest order. He was born in 1943 in France, and he apprenticed quite a young age. He was 14 years old when he was first apprenticed as a glass artist. He became a master of glass at only 20 years old. And he opened his own glass factory, which was a dream fulfilled that just 10 years later. Now, since that time, Navarro has developed a style known not for its delicacy, but for its weight, for its depth, and for its complex, very complex layering of color with clear glass, a particularly difficult effect to achieve. Now, he's not only mastered the incorporation of gold leaf also into the glass, and take a look, you see that in this piece. He is the first in some 3,500 years of glassmaking history to add luminescent elements. That is a spectacular invention which he patented. He actually has a patent on that. Now, Navarro has been awarded the Chevalier d'Arts, the Knight of Arts and Humanities, one of the highest honors you can get, and that was from the French government, the Knight of Arts and Humanities. His work appears in glass museums all around the world, in countries such as, of course, his native France, but in the United States, in Germany, in Denmark, Belgium, Australia, Japan. At a NATO event some years ago, Navarro's glass was given as a gift to representatives of all of the attending NATO countries. His work, it's collected globally, worldwide his work is collected. And among his collectors, you know many of the collectors, you've heard of them, like Prince Albert II of Monaco is a big collector of Jean-Claude Navarro. Robert De Niro, big collector, as was Frank and Barbara Sinatra, huge collectors. Mike Tyson, a collector as well. The Kraft family, they collect. Navarro is included in the Guinness Book of World Records as the maker of the largest hand-blown glass work ever created, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing, just an amazing artist. He's performed more than 120 demonstrations of his work worldwide, all over the world. That's where he became known as the king of glass. A little bit of Deco-inspired shapes we see in his works, swirling, forming colorful forms. And he pioneered that technique, which included adding and layering these unique materials directly into molten glass. So imagine molten glass, hot molten glass, and then he would insert like metal oxides, precious stones, luminescent powders which glow in the dark. I mean, this is phenomenal what he has created here. And that's why he is considered to be the king of glass and one of the premier glass artists of our time. Now remember, he passed away in 2015. So very difficult to acquire these anymore, very difficult to find. Not making any more, of course, obviously, not making any more of these works of art, ladies and gentlemen. So here you have an opportunity. This was done in 1990. And I love sculptures. Now, if you're a serious collector and I hear people many times going, I have a pretty complete collection. And I always ask when they say that I have a complete collection, I say, do you have a sculpture? Oftentimes the answer is no. Well, you don't have a complete collection unless you have a sculpture, something that is tactile, doesn't take up any wall space, and is something that you can absolutely enjoy and you can handle, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful work of art. Let's take it to the auction.
Well, it is a stunning, stunning piece, ladies and gentlemen. I've got my own interpretation of this work, and I'm going to tell you why I think that in a moment. It is absolutely beautiful, and you want to feel the weight of this. I'm just donning the white gloves as we speak. ladies and gentlemen. This is Jean-Claude Navarro. Now, if you were to get this in a gallery under $25,000, I would say you're doing very, very, very well. If you were to get it in a gallery under $25,000. Remember that he was one of the greatest glass sculptors of the 20th century. He was born in 1943. He passed in 2015. So this is by the late, great Jean-Claude Navarro, French sculptor extraordinaire. Glass sculpture then, the blown glass with gold foil and blue emulsions. This is signed and dated by the artist at the actual base. I've got to be very careful with this work, ladies and gentlemen. It is a unique work, and it was executed by Navarro all the way back in 1990. Isn't it amazing when you think 1990 in a moment is 35 years ago. 35 years ago. Now, let's go to the piece. John, let's go with the lights, and I'd like to just drop the graphics for a second because I'd like you to focus on the art itself. John, if we can dim the light a fraction, I just want to show you just some of the beautiful, beautiful light effects that you can get with glass like this. I'm fascinated by glass. I love collecting it myself. In fact, I was actually in the Quebec City in Canada, and there was a beautiful glass gallery there, and I collected something. I loved it so much, but my mother loved it even more, and it's in her private collection. But I just love glass. In fact, when I was the art director of a very famous ship, we had, believe it or not, can you imagine this on the ship? Glass blowing displays. So we used to have, I forget the name of the college, but it's the most famous college in America for glass blowing. And the students would come on, and they would be with one of the lecturers, and they would stay on the ship for 3 or 4 months at a time, and they would do all their displays. And it was absolutely fantastic. So when I had a little bit of time off, I would leave my art gallery and I would go and watch the glass blowers. How they do it is unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, let's try and zoom in down here because this is very important to a collector. It is all inscribed by Jean-Claude Navarro. And what is the current bid, John? Because I don't have the graphics. 1,400. 14 is the current bid. As I said, if you were to get this piece under 25,000 in a gallery, I would think you're doing very, very well. Now, let's see if this interests anyone, either from New York, who knows what I'm talking about New York. There's something about this sculpture. It has an Art Deco feeling to it, and it reminds me of your famous Carlton building in New York. Now, you might think I've gone mad, but there's something about it that reminds me of the Carlton building in New York. I think that is absolutely stunning, that building. I like Art Deco, as you can tell, but I'm going to attempt to lift this now. Now, I've been known to lift a little bit of weight in my life, and that, take it from me, is incredibly, incredibly heavy. I'm not going to hold it out because my arms will drop off, but if I hold it close, ladies and gentlemen, you can just about lift this. It is a very, very substantial, solid work of art. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a collector's item. I would suggest that if you get this under 7,500 here, today. I think that's a fantastic piece to acquire. Get the position in your home right, get the lighting right, and good luck to you. Let's see who gets it. It's going on the block now, and we're about to sell this. I'll give you 2 minutes with Nino. Nino, that's my little interpretation. The Carlton Building, New York City. Here is Nino.
I love it. I think that's wonderful. I love sharing that kind of aspects to it for our viewers. It's fantastic. And it's just a gorgeous piece. I mean, it's a beautiful work of art. It's innovative. It's unique. It's inimitable. You're never going to mistake a Jean-Claude Navarro with any other artist. He patented the process, the technique that he invented, created, developed. I mean, he is a legend. A legendary artist is what we have before us here right now, ladies and gentlemen. And it's so rare. So very rare and difficult to acquire these works of art. As I was saying, if you are looking to add sculpture to your art collection, you know, I constantly hear from people saying, I would like to add to my collection, but I'm finished up on the wall space, I got no more wall space. Well, serious art collectors don't dictate their art by wall space. That's not what we dictate our art on, by wall space. I myself, I rotate my art frequently because I've got so much art and I'm never going to stop collecting. Can you imagine any of these museums that are created by art collectors if they had to stop when they ran out of wall space? But that said, sculpture is a wonderful addition to any collection because it doesn't take up wall space. It's very tactile, as I was saying. You can, and as Richard was saying, I would strongly recommend you get yourself a nice pair of white gloves on that when you are touching that work of art. Put it on a rotating pedestal if you can, like a Lazy Susan type thing. You can get those that are manual, or you can get them that are powered and with a light up underneath. I've seen the Navarros on a rotating lighted pedestal, and you can find those. Those are not hard to find, with a light coming up through the center of it, and it is spectacular. Utterly spectacular work of art, ladies and gentlemen. And that gold elements that he has put into it, it becomes very reflective, as is the iridescent qualities that you see within that piece. It glows. It absolutely glows, the work of art does. To give you some other examples of works of art by Navarro, I can show you, go to my screen, I'll show you some other examples, but I really enjoy this one. It reminds me almost of a mountain as well that we are seeing. But these are works of art by Jean-Claude Navarro. I love this little quote down here. He says, "The most difficult thing is to create simple things, because when you try to overdo them, they don't turn out good. It's the same with life. Don't make it too complicated." I love that. So here's some other works of art by Navarro. I'm just giving you guys examples so you can see what he's renowned and what he's known for, all of the elements incorporated into the glass. Go back to the piece itself. Let's go back to the work of art itself, ladies and gentlemen. So for a serious collector, a sophisticated collector who has the means to acquire a Jean-Claude Navarro, this is an opportunity that I would strongly encourage you, do not pass on this opportunity, because they don't come up very often. They come up very rarely, and it's going to be less and less as we go forward, because he's just not creating anymore, of course. Into private hands they go, or into museums, and that's where they stay. Back to the auction.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got California in the lead at 24 at 2,400, and I'm about to sell it. As I said to you, if you got this in a gallery under 25,000, not 2,400, 25,000, you would be doing well. Navarro, the most highly respected of glass sculptors from France of the 20th century. Very unique amongst the entire art world. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to sell it. 26 is bid. I'll give you 60 seconds with Nino, then it's going under the hammer. Believe me, when you receive this, it's going to come in a crate. The weight of it is unbelievable. So put it in a beautiful, safe spot with the right lighting. You could have lighting from underneath it. It'd be like a beautiful glacier. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go then. I'm about to sell it. 60 seconds with Nino, then it's on under the hammer.
Yeah, that is precisely what I recommend doing, is to have a rotating light stand on it with the light coming up straight through the center. Your mind is going to be blown by how that effect comes through the glass itself and all of the iridescent, all of the reflective qualities as it's lit. Even just having it in your home as it goes from day to night, or just manipulating the lights in your home as we've done in the studio, is going to reward you with what he has created and what his intent was in creating these works of art. Great example. Glacier. Hey, Richard, I love that. Glacier. I was talking about it being like a pinnacle on a mountain. That's what it kind of reminds me of. But yeah, put a light up through the center of it and it would look very glacial, wouldn't it? I agree with you on that. Spectacular piece, ladies and gentlemen. Jean-Claude Navarro. This is a wonderful addition to our show, and I'm so pleased our viewers have this opportunity here today to see a collection as extraordinary as we are offering that is so very, very rare. We don't typically have a Navarro. I've had the opportunity of working with the show for a few years now. I think I've ever shown one other Navarro ever before in the last, say, 3 years since I've been here and participating in the show. So, ladies and gentlemen, take advantage. If you have the means, if you have the ability to acquire this work of art, get your bids in. Get your bids in right now. Add a sculpture by the world-renowned, the King of Glass, as he is called, Jean-Claude Navarro. Add that to your collection, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely add a sculpture to your collection. And let's not concern ourselves with wall art space, okay, going forward, because we are collectors of art and we're never going to dictate our collection based upon the size of the room itself. And when I talk about rotating the art, it's fun to do. It changes the whole theme of your home. And art is very unique to you and to me, and it shows your personality and characteristics of you. So each of us are very different in our art collecting. Ladies and gentlemen, get your bids in on this work of art. Richard, back to you.
Well, we're selling it now. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got to make a little apology. I've gone completely mad, but then you know I am mad, and you know that I'm from England. So my apologies. I said the Carlton building. I completely messed up. I meant the Chrysler building. What on earth's wrong with me? Ladies and gentlemen, that's what I was thinking of. Anyway, I knew it wasn't the Empire State, but it reminded me of the Art Deco curves of the Chrysler building. Thank you to our New York bidder for letting me know what an idiot I am. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling it anyway at 3.8, and this is gorgeous. At 38, come on, I'll take 4,000 now. Come on, let's go. At 38, 3.8 is bid. At 3.8, I'm bid. 3.8 is bid on the beautiful Navarro. 39 with our New York bidder at 39 bid. At 39, get a bid of 39 with our New York bidder now. At 39. I feel such a schmuck. At 4,000. 4,000 is bid. Maryland is bid 4,000. New York, it is my interpretation of the Chrysler building with those beautiful curves towards the spire there. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going at 4,000, the beautiful, beautiful work of Jean-Claude Navarro. Apparently the Carlton building is very nice as well, but nobody knows where that is. 41 I'm bid at 4.1 is bid with New York at 4.1. 4.1 is bid at 41. I'm sure there is a Carlton building somewhere, but anyway, I meant the Chrysler building at 41. At 41, going to bid at 4.1. 4.1 bid, 4.1 New York in the lead at 41. At 42. At 42. Did you say Maryland? At 42 is bid. At 42. At 42. New York, it's up to you, New York. At 42. At 42 with Maryland. At 42 with Maryland, I sell. 42. New York, are you in? 42. New York, yes or no? 42 is with Maryland. Going once. Karen, are you in or not? 42. Going twice. They're out. 42. Thank you very much. It's gone to Maryland then. Thank you very much. Thank you, New York, and thank you for refreshing my memory. I knew it was a beautiful building. I just got the name wrong. Anyway, the Chrysler building. I think what a stunning building. And isn't it amazing when you think back? I'm just watching John lift that sculpture. It's the best workout he's had all week. Ladies and gentlemen, when you think how those people, I want to say men, but actually those people, because you've got to be like that today, but those people built that all those years ago, the Empire State, and the speed that they built it, the Carlton building the same. Incredible, incredible workers, ladies and gentlemen, and they didn't have all the tools that we have today, but what a great job they did, and the artistic detail of the Chrysler building, the Empire State and everything, just still lovely to see. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on, and we've got a very special piece coming up now. It is lot 208, don't forget, in just over an hour. We do have Simon KEF in the building, all the way from Berlin, ladies and gentlemen, for a very special announcement, and also the wonderful, wonderful sculptures will be going under the hammer for the very first time in the world, and also the beautiful hand-painted bag from Louis Vuitton, and the amazing monumental painting on canvas, all by KEF, starting at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right now, our next artist is the Spanish master Juan Gris. He was born in Spain in 1887. He died in 1927. This one is called Pierrot, and it is a lithograph, and ladies and gentlemen, it was created in Paris, mid-century. Wonderful piece by Juan Gris, and here is Nino. Good luck.
Yeah, these are really exciting. I'm a big fan of Juan Gris. I'm a big fan of Cubism, and certainly you can see the Cubist elements within this work of art. He was a close friend with Picasso, with Georges Braque as well. Also Fernand Léger, he was a good friend and worked side by side with Léger. Max Jacob was another good friend, but Picasso certainly was a huge, huge influence on Juan Gris. Now, he was born in 1887 in Madrid. He passed away in 1927. Outstanding artist and sculptor from Spain. Now, his real name is not Juan Gris. His real name is Jose Victoriano Carmelo Carlos Gonzalez Perez. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Picasso also had a very, very long name, even longer. So he subsequently replaced it with a much more convenient, easy to remember nickname. He was born into a family of a wealthy merchant, was the youngest of 13 children. His interest and ability for painting was already evident at the age of 7 years old, so really quite young. And that's about the same time that his father's financial affairs started to kind of decline and go down. So he had to help the family. He had to earn money by selling his graphic works to local newspapers when he was just a teenager, early in his teen years. He received his primary education at the School of Industry, where he went to study at the insistence of his parents, but he wasn't interested in it. This is kind of a common theme with artists, isn't it? His interest in art won over, so he abandoned his studies for painting lessons. And Juan's mentor was the very famous portrait painter Jose Moreno Carbonero, the owner of a private school in Madrid. Now, at the very beginning of his career, like many other artists of the time, he created drawings in modernist style. But later, during his Paris period of time where he was studying in Paris, he fell under the influence of symbolism. That kind of waned quickly and disappeared, that interest. He was not being a supporter of conservatism, to which his art teacher was inclined, and Juan began to search for what mostly corresponded to his vision of the world, what he was looking for. And this search ended when he became interested in Cubism. So later, he became the founder of a new branch of this trend known as synthetic Cubism. In 1906, at the age of 19, he moved to Paris, and that's when he became friends with Henri Matisse, Georges Braque, Fernand Léger, and in 1915 was painted by his friend Modigliani. So think about the circle that he's traveling in at this period of time. Paris was so exciting at that period of time in the art world. Now in Paris, he followed the lead of another fellow countryman, Pablo Picasso. His portrait of Picasso in 1912 is a very significant early Cubist painting. I'm going to show it to you in a minute, done by a painter other than Picasso or Georges Braque. Although he regarded Picasso as a teacher, Gertrude Stein, the great collector, acknowledged that Juan Gris was the one person that Picasso would have willingly wiped off the map. Because Picasso was very, he didn't want rivalry. And he saw a rival in Juan Gris. He absolutely did. Now, meeting in Paris with the artist of Montmartre was a key moment in the creative evolution of this artist, of Juan. At first, he was attracted to the art of Cézanne, who was his favorite painter. However, as he honed his own mastery, he gradually cooled to post-impressionism and expressionism. So the greatest influence on the formation of Juan as a master of abstract painting comes from Picasso and Léger. He was one of Gertrude Stein's favorite artists, and we all owe a great deal of gratitude to, our debt of gratitude to Gertrude Stein for introducing many of these artists to us. Most of the ones I named were because of Gertrude Stein. He was the only Cubist talented enough to make Picasso envious and uncomfortable. Now, he built upon the foundations of early Cubism and steered the movement in new directions. As a member of a very tight circle of avant-garde artists working in Paris, he adopted the radically fragmented picture of Pablo Picasso, the spaces of George Braque, and he imparted to his works a really bold, kind of a graphic look. His paintings are immediately distinguishable from theirs. They're very, very different. It's informed by his background as an illustrator. You can see the illustrator significance in this work of art. It's very slick. It's almost a commercial appearance with crisp design elements throughout. Now, whereas Picasso and Braque delighted in destroying the conventions of painting, Juan Gris, his chief aim was to please the eye. As he put it himself, I prefer the emotion that corrects the rule. So when we think about, you know, the visionaries, the poets, the choreographers, the musicians, the visual artists who built pathways among the arts, the contributions of Juan Gris are immeasurable, absolutely immeasurable. Let's take it to auction.
Well, he was a great friend of Pablo Picasso back in Spain, and this is Ot 208. They were born roughly around the same time. This one is Ot 208. He didn't live very long, and he lived to be 40 years of age. This is Ot 208, ladies and gentlemen, the great Juan Gris, Spanish master, born in 1887. He died quite young in 1927. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a wonderful work called Pierrot. It is an offset lithograph in colour on woven paper after the original is printed in Paris in 1950. It's considered scarce. We're a little bit behind the time, and because we're under pressure, I'm going to sacrifice this piece. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you literally till the clock runs out. If there are no further bids, I'm going to sell it to you at $200. So, ladies and gentlemen, whoever gets it now, all you got to do, get on the phone. It's going to sell in the next 2 minutes. Here's Nino. Good luck. Let's see who gets it. Thank you.
Yeah, what a wonderful piece. I said I was going to show you the portrait that he did of his mentor, who he idolized. He absolutely idolized Picasso, but that was not a very... that was not a shared emotion from Picasso to him, but he idolized Picasso. Go to my screen for a moment. The Art Institute of Chicago is where you can see the original of this. There is Picasso, the portrait of Picasso by Juan Gris. Let's go back to the work of art. You certainly see the elements of Cubism within that work of art. Picasso actually enjoyed that. He actually really appreciated and enjoyed that work of art that was created. Super hard to find any kind of prints on these from this artist. Very, very difficult, very challenging to be able to do that. Now, I have found just a few different examples, and just to give you an idea, you know, what does this artist sell for? Well, first of all, where are you going to find them? Major museums, Museum of Modern Art, Metropolitan Museum, any major museum, Art Institute of Chicago, that's where you're going to find the works of art. Go to my screen for a second, just for a moment. I'll show you an original work of art so you can kind of extrapolate and you can kind of understand, you know, what the artist actually sells these for. Take a look at this. This is an original. It's an oil painting. It's a wonderful piece and a wonderful work of art. It had an estimate, this is really fascinating to me, at an estimate of, in US dollars, of $19,000 to $29,000. But what did it sell for? It sold with the buyer's premium at $57 million, ladies and gentlemen. $57 million. So you start to understand the importance of the artist. Go back to the work of art itself. Let's go back to the piece. If you enjoy Cubism, so what is Cubism? Cubism is, you know, taking what the eye sees, turning those fragments, recreating them, putting them in a different position so you see the eye sees it from a different angle or from a different perspective. That's typically what we talk about. Now, this image that we're looking at here, go back to my screen for a moment, it's revisited many, many times, revisited over and over by Juan Gris. In fact, it's one of his most famous images as he revisited it numerous times. So you can see right there what I'm talking about. These are all different examples that he created. Go back to the work of art, please. Let's go back to the piece itself. Juan Gris, ladies and gentlemen, is what we're looking at here. Let's go back to the auction. Let's get some bids in on this, guys. We're talking about one of the premier, one of the most important of the Cubist artists of all time. Back to you, Richard.
Well, I did say not only a great friend of Picasso's, but very much in the Cubist world, very much considered on a par with him by many art experts. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you're missing this one. It's a mid-century Cubist masterpiece. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling it. Take another 25 off anyone. Give me your best and final bid then. Give me your best and final bid. It's about to go, about to sell. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Take another 25. You've got to be quick if you want it, yes or no. Are we done? Are we sold? Are we gone? Are we going? Are we doing anything? Are we going to have an auction? No? I'm selling it. Going once then. Going twice. Well, no wonder, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe, no wonder Mitch needed the night off. He's feeling very, very stressed after this. Ladies and gentlemen, $25 more for a mid-century Cubist master, and it's about to go. Is there anyone else? Give me your best and final bid. Make no mistake, it's on sale. It's going. It's not even the cost of the frame. It's not even the cost of the frame. Nino, did you want us to come back to you? Let's go back to Nino just for a second. He's got something profound to say.
I wanted to show you, because I just showed the viewers, I just showed our viewers an original at 57 million, but I want to show you, go to my screen real quick. I know we got to get the bids in, but real quick, I want to show you a lithograph. A lithograph. Okay, so this is a lithograph, Wangri lithograph, right there, as you can see, 10,000. Almost 11,000, ladies and gentlemen. That's just all I wanted to share, because I know it gives you comfort and understanding on bidding when you know exactly what these actually sell for. Back to you, Richard.
Well, that's fantastic, Nino, and I'll still take $25 if it helps you. Come on, America. It's being given away at this level. Appreciate you, America, but it's going to sell either way. Going once, take another 25. Come on, America. Let's have an auction. Let's prove that we do actually hold live auctions here. I'll take another 25. No? Well, it looks like your bidder's got it. Line 9, going once, going twice. Unbelievable. So, well done, you got it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at this next work of art. This is something completely different for you. And thanks to Nino, all that information, ladies and gentlemen. We'll probably get late bidders now, Nino, on that piece. Is that $10,000 piece available? I'd like to bid $250 on it. Probably gone. Probably gone. That's the answer. They'll phone. They'll check with Kim. But they say, I think it's gone. It's gone. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the way it works. Okay, let's have a look at the next work, and it is absolutely fantastic. And ladies and gentlemen, lot 209 is the incredible Dot Master. This is a spectacular original aerosol and acrylic painting on canvas. It's signed by the artist on the lower right. A unique work executed by the artist Dot Master in 2019. We got a very, very quick video presentation for you. Have a look at this, weigh it up in your own mind, and learn about Dot Master from Nino. Great, great artist to collect. Here we go.
I am Leon C6, aka Dot Masters. We are in my studio, in my back garden in London, and I am an artist. This is Captain Sparkle Pants. I got started in art because my mum was a silkscreen technician at a school, and she was a draftswoman anyway. So there was always a drawing table in the house. I cut my first stencil when I was 12, 43 years ago or something. And I silkscreened a t-shirt with it. And then I discovered spray paints. And so it was quite easy to go from silkscreen technology to spray paint and stencil technology. That was quite an easy swap. So I started off doing some odds and sods of graffiti in Brighton. I went to art school where I gave up the graffiti for a bit, but when I came out, I went back to it because I didn't really want to exhibit in a white cube gallery. So I started interactive street works, so that linked from technology, from a sticker on a lamppost to an answering machine to a gallery exhibition. So a lot of the early works that I worked on were graffiti was a marketing tool. It was a way of getting the public to interact with the work that you were doing. So web URLs, treasure maps, and the Dot Masters came out of that practice. I prepare for a street piece by, often there's an invitation from somebody. Sometimes I cut things specifically for one place. I'll think of an idea and it'll only work in this one place, so I'll cut something from that. Site specific. Then often I will be asked by normally an enthusiast in a city that wants to get some of his favourite artists up to paint. I often get asked for that. Then I ask for a Google Maps link, photographs of the wall, what type of ladders we can get. Then it's all logistics. And then certain things lend themselves to certain walls. The scale of the wall will mean you'll have to think bigger. It depends. You don't need to know anything about art to appreciate art. Everybody likes something. And to say that that's something that you like is not art, then that's deluded. Never buy anything you don't like. Never buy anything because you think it's an investment. Never buy anything because you think its price will go up. That's a mistake. You should always buy because you like it first. I think now, because I've been doing this for so long, the work spurs the work. I get inspired by the work I'm doing. I understand why they do the blue period for Picasso and all this now, because in the end you end up playing with certain things repeatedly. So dots are something I've always delved into. I've always liked to be able to make something to fool the eye. So trompe l'oeil. So if something looks like it's, oh, is that painted? Then I've won. I don't care which way you get there. I'm more interested in that illusion than I am in my own voice.
Well, a nice little introduction, nice glimpse into the world of Dot Master, and it's all about dots. This is what he is renowned for, what he's all about. So we're going back into an urban art genre, street art, and I'm going to show you some of the buildings that he showcases some of his extraordinary works of art on. And again, we're talking about that genre of art. We're talking about the most accessible, and what I mean by accessible is, you don't have to go into a gallery to see street art, right? You just have to go into wherever that art has been shown. In fact, many times you've probably yourself, if you live in the city, you drive on your commute to work in the morning and you see the same buildings that you see every single day in your commute. Nothing is different, nothing is unusual. And then in the evening you drive back and all of a sudden there's a work of art on the side of the wall. And that's what street artists do. Anything is a canvas for them, anything at all. Now they can often get in a little bit of trouble by doing that because they're not often authorized. But when we're talking about Dot Master, we're talking about somebody who is incredibly reputable and well known. And many of these buildings that you'll see his works of art on, they're actually commissioned because there's a real understanding and recognition by the building owners of this is Dot Master. Now his real name, of course, is Leon Sesix. It's not Dot Master. Why do so many of these artists that are street artists or urban artists use pseudonames or alter ego names? And it goes right back to what I was talking about. It goes right back to trying to have a bit of an anonymous aspect to their life so they don't get into trouble with the law by creating works of art without permission. Now he's a London-based artist. He exploded, absolutely exploded on the international art scene in the 1990s with his world-renowned Man in a Box work, where he confined one of his original CX.org. This is a group that he started at, one of the members in a gallery cube. Now his artwork is borderline eccentric. It's got a contemporary twist of media and performance, all merged with graffiti and street art. His work's impeccably crafted, meticulous details, and an ever-changing and evolving style. Now his current fixation with rubbish has led to the production of some of his most outspoken and exciting works. I mean, there's a message in his works of art often, and he often explores themes of like consumerism, advertising, popular culture. Think about somebody else who did that. Andy Warhol is who I'm talking about. Now, he's also recently caught the attention of the legendary film director Martin Scorsese. which led him to collaborating on the film set of Scorsese's movie Tomorrow. And that was shot in London a few years back. Now, Dot Masters exhibit internationally. They take part in Banksy's Waterloo Cannes Festival, the Burner exhibition that I was talking about a little bit earlier. And these artwork by Dot Master, the artwork by Dot Master has been featured in the Oscar-nominated Exit Through the Gift Shop, and that was created from Banksy, the business of Banksy. Now, he's also an integral part of Norway's Independent Contemporary Street and Urban Street Art Festival. Now, what do we have before us here? We have an original. Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, we have an original. You know how exciting it is to have an original? I mean, an original by Dot Master is huge. It's just incredible that we have something like that available for us. Now, I want to show you some of the works of art that he's known for, that he's renowned for. So I'm going to go to my screen here in just a moment. I'll give you a couple of different examples. So go to my screen for a second. I'll show you a couple of different examples of the roots, of the story, of the, where it all began and what he is still doing to this day. So there's Dot Masters Leon Csicsek with his paint brushes and with his aerosol spray cans. Look at the scale. Look at the scale of the toys on this piece. Beautifully executed work of art on the side of this building, and then he's got his signature there. Let me see, here's another. So you can really see the social commentary on these works of art as well. And here we have another example right there. And let me see, I think I have a couple more over here. Yes, these ones are really cool. Now, these ones are really relevant to what you're bidding on right now, ladies and gentlemen. The Astro Boy is included in the work of art that we have here on this toys. So there's Astro Boy. And here he is creating that work of art. So as I said, this is not super secretive in this case because he's so famous and renowned now that you're going to get property owners that are eagerly allowing him to create his works of art on the sides of their buildings. Let's go back to the auction, ladies and gentlemen. We're only at $1,400. It's very, very low for a Dot Master original. It's more like looking at a print, not even a print actually. Back to you, Richard.
And we do have Tennessee in the lead, and they are watching, apparently, on YouTube. So welcome to all our video people watching on YouTube. Thank you very, very much, and everyone else around the country. This is lot 209, Dot Master then. British artist born in 1972, and the title is Toys, Toys with a Z. Original. Now this is the key, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a print. Whatever you can get by this artist that is an original, snap it up. Snap it up. Why do I say that? His artwork is going through the roof now. I was just in London in September and there was a special exhibition of his work. Believe me when I say works like this, I saw them selling over $30,000. Original aerosols and acrylic painting on canvas. They're signed by this famous artist on the lower right, and it is a unique work, and it was executed by the Dot Master in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, it is on sale. It is under the hammer any moment now. I'm just looking the back of it. It's come direct from the artist studio. There with the little tension bars in there, the stretch. Keep it nice and taut, ladies and gentlemen. And this, bear in mind, is a complete original, a one-of-a-kind, hand-signed, nothing identical to that in the world. It is unique, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what top collectors of street art and modern art, obviously it's the holy grail. If you can get hold of the original. Ladies and gentlemen, Nino, as you know, I was in London in September. I saw an exhibition, similar pieces I saw selling over $30,000. This is an amazing, amazing work for someone. Collect it now, keep hold of it, look after it. I think you're going to be very happy. Here's Nino. Good luck. 2 minutes.
Yeah, you know, I was talking a little bit earlier this evening about the importance of urban art, about street art and what's happening in the world with street art. Richard's absolutely right. I mean, if you have the opportunity of acquiring an original work of art by a world famous, world-renowned, highly collected and coveted street artist, urban artist like Dot Master, you should be jumping at that opportunity. I mean, you know, going back a few years ago, these were going for around $10,000. Now they're up, as Richard was saying. Richard just saw them for, you know, $35,000. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, and as he said in the video, why do we get art? We get art because we love art. Of course, that's why we get art. We get it because we enjoy it. But let's not ignore the other aspects of it. I mean, why would we ignore the other aspects of it? When we talk about some of the most important money managers of our day, like Rick Dalio as an example, you know, what are they talking about right now? They're talking about getting art. They're talking about hedging and getting art. And why? Because art is portable. Art is, you know, not intrinsically linked to other financial institutions or anything like that. It's very independent. So art has its place, and I'm certainly able to show you so many examples of these very sophisticated collectors of art, but also financial gurus, money managers who today, you know, 2024, are saying, where are you going to diversify? Art. You diversify in art. And historically, the reason for that is when there is a decline in the market, art is the last to decline. And when that recovery happens, art is the first to recover. And I can give you guys examples of that all day long. So, ladies and gentlemen, getting a Dot Master original right now is an opportunity that is going to come along once in a lifetime. You just watch. If you pay attention, you wouldn't be watching the show if you didn't like art. And if you pay attention and you look at the news and you do a modicum of research and you start to see what's happening in the auctions with Dot Master, you're going to kind of kick your own butt and go, why didn't I act on that? Going back to what he said, though, I firmly agree with him. You get it because you love it, but never ignore the other aspects of it. I think it would be foolish to ignore the other elements, such as the potential for appreciation on those works of art. Folks, you've got an opportunity here, and he is quite smitten, actually, with the with this image that we have here. I was just reading an article talking about his thing. He goes, I've had a thing, this is his words, I've had a thing for Astro Boy since exhibiting in Tokyo a few years ago at the Gypsy Eyes Cafe. And my most recent mural in Croydon has only helped me to love him more. So here he is, the latest one of my Toys series as I started painting them. So ladies and gentlemen, you have an opportunity here right now. We're only at $2,300. That's very, very, very low. Gosh, on our show, if you could get this for, and I, you know, Richard's saying $35,000 he's seeing these for, I mean, cut it in half. If you could get it for half of that, wouldn't that be amazing if you could get a work of art, an original, for even half of that? Where we are right now is about where the prints are, about a Dot Master print, an unframed one. That's about where we are at this moment. So it's very exciting for our collectors that are here this evening that you have this opportunity to acquire this piece, and perhaps, you know, you'll get it for less than $15,000. Best of luck to each of us, to each of you that are bidding on the work of art. Dot Master, ladies and gentlemen, aka Leon Sesix is the name. You know, I'd love to give you actually an example of why these artists actually do kind of avoid, you know, the public, or avoid being caught while they're creating their works of art. I'll share that in a minute, but get some bids in on this work of art right now. You're not going to want to pass on. I know we're going to get late bids. Let's take it to the auction. Richard, back to you.
Illinois in the lead now at 26 at 2,600, and I'm selling. Final call, I'm selling now at 26. 26, Texas, are you out? 26 is bid. 26 with Illinois. 26, Texas, yes or no? At 26. 26, I'm bid. 26 is bid. 26 is bid. 26, yes or no? 27 back with Texas at 27. At 27, and it's selling. At 27, 28, I'm bid. 28, three of you in it. At 28, 28, I'm bid. 28, and where's your bidder from, please? At 28 bid. Where? North Carolina, thank you. At 28 bid. At 28 bid. 28, get a bid of 28, 28 bid. At 28 bid. Texas and Illinois, up to you. At 28, I have North Carolina in the lead. At 2,800. At 28, and it's going. Yes or no? Last chance. Last call. Going then. Going once. Going twice. You're sure? Thank you. So, 28, it's gone. Well done. Congratulations, just got in there at the last moment. Well done to you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your next lot coming up, and now is by the one and only Leonardo da Vinci. It's the study of men in motion. This was created by Da Vinci and published in France in 1796. 1796, ladies and gentlemen, it is here to be sold, and let's see who is going to be the next custodian of this 1796 Leonardo da Vinci designed work published in France. 1796, wonderful piece. Up next with Nino.
Isn't that, even just to hear you say that, Richard, to hear you say, you know, the name of the artist and the period of time. But where in the world do you guys get to see something like this? And we're talking about Leonardo da Vinci, one of the three giants of the high Renaissance of Italy. And, you know, we're talking about Leonardo da Vinci, the elder statesman of the group, you know, and perhaps the most important of them. Who knows? That's arguable, isn't it? We're going to go back and forth. The other one is Michelangelo. He was kind of the middle one, and then you had the young upstart Raphael. But these three, the triumvirate, as they've been called, absolutely changed art forever. And Leonardo da Vinci is the epitome of the Renaissance man in so many different ways. Now, he was born in 1452. He passed away in 1519. Leonardo was from the town of Vinci, which was very common at the time. When you would just say, as your last name, you'd say where you were from. So very, very, very common. Leonardo of Vinci. He was a brilliant painter during the Renaissance. His areas, though, of interest included invention, drawing, painting, sculpting, architecture, science, music, mathematics, engineering, literature, anatomy, geology, astronomy, botany, writing, history, cartography. I can go on all day. He's been called the father of paleontology, the father of architecture. He's widely considered one of the greatest minds of all time, and he was a pretty good painter. He's even been credited with the inventions of the parachute, the helicopter, and the tank. As I said, he epitomized the humanist ideal of Renaissance man. And many historians and scholars regard him as the universal genius, an individual of unquenchable curiosity and feverishly inventive imagination. He's widely considered one of the most diversely talented individuals to have ever lived. According to historian Helen Gardner, the scope and depth of his interests were without precedent in recorded history, and his mind and personality seemed superhuman, while the man himself was mysterious and remote. He's renowned primarily as a painter. You know, the Mona Lisa is the most famous work of art in the world. I think we can all agree on that. That's a Leonardo da Vinci. It's also the most parodied portrait in history is the Mona Lisa, by the way. The Last Supper, and there's various different versions. Many artists have done the Last Supper, but Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper is the most reproduced religious painting of all time. His drawing of the Vitruvian Man is also regarded as a cultural icon. You see it reproduced all the time. You'll see it on coins, textbooks, T-shirts. His painting, the Salvator Mundi, sold for $450 million at a Christie's auction in 2017, the highest price ever paid in history for a work of art. So, I mean, gosh. Now, perhaps 15, some will say an estimate as high as a maximum of perhaps 25 paintings. 15 to 25 is the guesstimate of his paintings that have survived, that were done by his hand. And nevertheless, though, these few works compose a contribution to later generations of artists that's rivaled only by that of Michelangelo, I would say. Now, he was more of a scientist, actually, and an inventor than an artist. I mean, we know him now, the history knows him now as a great painter. We know that. But he was actually more of an inventor and more of a scientist. Now, this work of art, it's an original etching in black, 1796 piece that we have here, is very, very fascinating and very interesting because it comes from his copious notes, incredible copious notes. Now, when you think about all of these things that I just talked about with him, astronomy, mathematics, anatomy, engineering, inventor, on and on and on. He's a visionary, of course, a sculptor. The list goes on all day. When you think about all that, it's pretty fascinating to know that he had no formal education. He never attended school. Never did. Isn't that incredible? Now, when I was talking about his copious notes, when he passed away, his students found all of these little notes. And by the way, he wrote from right to left. So the only way you could read his notes was to hold them up to a mirror. Another fascinating aspect of Leonardo da Vinci. But when his students gathered up all of his notes, they started to put them into books and put them into notebooks. And some of them were kind of boring. They were like grocery lists, but many of them were just absolutely incredibly fascinating. In fact, so fascinating, check this out, is Bill Gates acquired one of those Leonardo notebooks, one, for $30 million in 1994. So that is the highest price ever paid for a book. So the highest price ever paid for a book, the highest price ever paid for a work of art, the most famous work of art in history, and the most copied work of art in history, all by the hand of Leonardo da Vinci. You know what's really interesting as well? His self-proclaimed greatest masterpiece, we've never seen it. It was destroyed. He was commissioned to create a 20-foot sculpture of the Duke of Milan's father on horseback, and he worked on that, the sketches and the model of the sculpture, for 17 years. But in 1499, Milan was invaded by the French army and the sculpture was destroyed. There's lots to talk about with this piece right here. Let's go to the auction. Guys, we're looking at a Leonardo da Vinci. Richard, back to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to sell in the next couple of minutes. The Leonardo da Vinci from 1796. Look at it. What a great, great image. And ladies and gentlemen, as you look at that, is exactly as you'd expect to see it for something that is over 200 and nearly 230 years old now. Nearly 230 years old. Leonardo da Vinci, the study of men in motion. He was born in Italy in 1452. He died in 1519. This one is the original etching in black ink on laid paper from the designs of Leonardo da Vinci. It is extremely scarce, conceived between 1485 to 1513, so let's put it at exactly 1500, ladies and gentlemen. So 1500 it was conceived by Leonardo da Vinci from the French edition. So this is the French edition that was published in Paris in 1796. What on earth was happening in the world in those days? 1796, 129 years ago, 229 years ago. Wonderful piece, up for auction now. 425 is the bid. We really should be somewhere around 3,000 to 4,000 in the auction here. That would be very fair for the piece. And ladies and gentlemen, you've got to think, who was the creator, who designed it, and where was it created? In France, 1796. It's obviously not a $425 piece, but unless you bid, it will be selling. Ladies and gentlemen, going to sell in the next 2 minutes with Nino. I won't be going back to Nino, so if you want to bid now. We're a bit short of time. We've got a big event happening at 10:45. So whoever gets this, I think, under $2,000 tonight, that is an incredible piece for 1796 work from the design of Da Vinci. Here's Nino. Good luck. Who's going to get it? Thank you.
Hey, Richard, we agree on most things because we've both been doing this an awful long time, and, we start to understand the value of these works of art. But I got to tell you, 2,000, this is easily, I think anybody'd be fortunate to get this at 5,000. Like, you'd be really, really lucky to get an original etching of Leonardo da Vinci, 1796. If you can get it for under 5,000, that is just stealing this work of art. Now, I was starting to talk about the treatise on painting, which is absolutely fascinating, and that's where you would be able to find these notes. So, he did things like, he was. When I say he was more of a scientist and an inventor than an artist, the very first detailed medical images for physicians to be able to study anatomy was really from the drawings and writings of Da Vinci. Can you imagine, as a physician, as somebody who is dissecting corpses or working on bodies, to have one of the greatest artists of all time to draw the anatomy for you. I mean, it's really extraordinary. So what is a treatise on painting? It's a collection of Leonardo da Vinci's writings entered into his notebooks under the general heading on painting. And the manuscripts were begun in Milan while he was under the service of Ludovico Sforza. So this is around 1499. And what it is it's basically a roadmap for artists. It's really what it was, or what it is, pardon me. And you can look it up online. You can absolutely look it up online. I would encourage, if you're a successful bidder on this work of art, definitely get the treatise on painting. I think it's really, really important to have. Now, where are you going to find most of these notebooks now? I just told you Bill Gates paid, a ridiculous sum for it, $30 million for one of them, and that was in the mid-1990s. But Windsor Castle, the Louvre, the Spanish National Library, that's where you will find many of these. But let me show it to you. Go to my screen for a second. And I'm telling you, this is a $5,000 work of art, easily, all day long. Let's go to my screen for a second. I'll show you the treatise on painting that I'm talking about. This is one version of it. There's many versions. But here's what I wanted to show you is the table of contents. So as an artist, or as a physician, or as an inventor, here you go. He talks about drawing, the proportion, what a student should learn in the first place, the first rules for a young student in painting, on dimensions, on every body part, on anatomy. It is a roadmap for artists on how to create works of art as realistic as possible. That's what it is. It is extraordinary. Now, the book itself, this is what the book itself looks like. And here, I'm just going to go through a couple of these. So these are the drawings that he did for the students to emulate so they could gain an understanding of anatomy. Do you see this piece right here in the book? This is on page 382 of 402. Does it look like what you're bidding on? Yes, it does. Let's go back to the work of art and let's go back to the auction. Richard?
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling, take another 50, it's got to go. I can't go back to Nino, unfortunately. I'd like to spend more time on this one, but I'm going to sacrifice it. The 1796 Da Vinci, the French edition, ladies and gentlemen, that is quite a collector's item. As Nino said, if you got it under 5,000, you'd be doing well. I was saying for this auction tonight, here, you'd be doing well if you got it under $2,000. But he's absolutely right. Anywhere else under 5,000 is unheard of. Unheard of. So he's absolutely correct. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about this auction and getting it under 2,000. I think you should be very happy. Take another 50 off anyone. The final call, final chance. It is about to go, about to sell. Give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? You've got to be quick if you want it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go. Quite unbelievable, that one. 229 years old. The French edition. Going once then. Got to be quick. Going twice and the final time. You got it. Well done. Thank you. Well done to you. Thank you very, very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do a fantastic piece next. But let me remind you, in just over half an hour, our star guest will be here all the way from Berlin, Germany. It's a great honor to have him in the studio, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be auctioning for the first time in the world these amazing sculpture by him. We have the beautiful hand-painted Louis Vuitton bag and also the amazing monumental painting. 4 incredible pieces. But for the final time tonight, because this is your last chance to enter this evening. If you want to enter the raffle, you can do it from 7 until 10 o'clock tomorrow night and 7 till 10 o'clock on Monday night. You only have to enter one time to win this, and it is a beautiful $8,500 work of art. It is what's known as the holographic jewels piece, and it is 40 by 40. They're over $8,500 typically. We're giving this completely free of charge to someone, and yes, we will even ship it to you without charge. So whoever gets it, very, very fortunate. And all you got to do is call in now. Call the toll-free number 866-518-5933. But as I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, if you've done it once, you don't have to do it again. We've got you in the system then. If you're new to the show, never registered for the show, you can still enter to win that as well. All you got to do, 866-518-5933. We'll get you registered. Simple as that. All we want to know is name, state, and how you're watching the show. Are you watching on Verizon? You're watching on YouTube? You're watching on some new thing that I don't even know? But ladies and gentlemen, however you're watching the show, that's all they want to ask you. And we'll update our system, and we know where all our viewers are all around the country, and how you're watching the show. So it just gives us a bit of feedback, but also it's a lovely way to celebrate KEF. Now, final thing you need to know, there is going to be one winner for this, completely free of charge, and we're going to ship it. However, everyone who enters the raffle will get a gift. Everyone's a winner, I promise you. A three-figure gift inside a lovely holiday card from myself, from Ray, and all the team here is going out to everyone who enters the raffle, ladies and gentlemen. So if you entered last night, you're getting it. If you entered tonight already, you're getting it. If you're on the phone now, you're getting it. If you enter the raffle tomorrow or Monday between 7 and 10, not after that, because we're very busy with our star guest in the studio tonight after 10 o'clock. And also after 10 o'clock tomorrow night. So we have to have the phones free to look after everyone who wants to bid on these amazing items. But right now is your last opportunity tonight. If you want to enter the raffle, it is completely free of charge. The winner gets this. It's going to be shipped for you free of charge as well. And everyone who enters gets a card with a three-figure gift inside to acquire anything you want during the month of December. So ladies and gentlemen, your last chance to enter this fantastic competition, never been done on the show before, and we've never done the happy holiday card with that free gift for you to enjoy throughout December. Ladies and gentlemen, get on the phone now. If you haven't done it already, get in the raffle, because you've got to be in it to win it. If you've done it already, you don't have to do it again. You're in the system, and we will make sure you get that wonderful card from Ray and myself. Ladies and gentlemen, KEF is going to be here very, very soon. Great show coming your way, approximately 10:45. But now, our next slot, Picasso.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge. It's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into two distinct periods: his blue period and his rose period. His blue period, which lasted from 1901 to 1904, is named after the colour that dominated nearly all of Picasso's paintings during these years. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and Two Nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before, a work that would profoundly influence the direction of art through the entire 20th century. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted with sharp geometric figures and features and stark blotches of blues and greens and greys. Today, Les Demoiselles d'Avignon is considered the precursor and inspiration of Cubism. It's an artistic style pioneered by Picasso and his friend and fellow painter, Georges Braque. Picasso's early Cubist paintings, known as his analytic Cubist works, include 3 Women of 1907, Bread and a Fruit Dish on a Table, 1909, and Girl with a Mandolin in 1910. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. He grew more somber and once again became preoccupied with the depiction of reality. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
He was everything he was cracked up to be and more.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy. And together, these qualities have distinguished him as a revolutionary artist.
Well, that's an excellent video because it really does showcase many of the most pivotal accomplishments in the life of Pablo Picasso. So you can really see the evolution of how he changed art as we know it here today. Now, this is early in his career. And when I talk about early, when we talk about the saltimbanques, or we talk about, let's translate it to English, the 2 acrobats, which is what we are looking at here right now. Now, the acrobats is Picasso's first series of prints that he created. It was executed originally in 1904 to 1905 when he did the original paintings of these clowns, these circus performers. So this is nearing the end of his blue period, which is a very small period of time, but it's also the most coveted period of time as well. Now, the works have a little bit of a melancholy atmosphere, and there's a reason for that. Picasso considered wandering circus performers to be struggling artists. They were the neglected underclass of artists in his mind. They were a kind of extended family with him. Picasso identified himself alongside them. And he did struggle early in his career, and he did get a bit of a shack in Montmartre in order to start. So it was never the bourgeois. He was never with the aristocrats, even though he married one at one point, but he was never comfortable in that company. He was comfortable in the company of performers, and he used to attend the circus all of the time. Now, it is also one of Picasso's most celebrated series, and here's one of the reasons why, because they start to see elements of Cubism. They start to appear in this series. So it's foreshadowing what was to come, which of course is Cubism, as we know it here now today, which he's quite very famous for. So when we talk about, the saltimbanques, the family of saltimbanques, in 1904, 1905, that's when he was creating these works of art originally. I'll give you guys a couple of examples. Now, I know we're really tight on time, but it's a Picasso, ladies and gentlemen. There's only 200 examples of them. It has extensive hand coloring. That is of paramount importance. Incredibly important that you understand what we're talking about. Now, it's a lithograph. We've talked about lithography. We explained how lithographs are created. 200 is nothing. It's minuscule. Think about Thomas Kinkade, one of the most beloved artists in American history. He used to do editions of thousands, tens of thousands on the editions. That means that tens of thousands of people could own them. Only 200 people in the world can own this lithograph. There's a lot of people in the world. Only 200 people in the world can own this lithograph. Now, Picasso, you are never, ever going to regret having a Picasso. You're going to remember the opportunities you've had in the past, today, to get get a Picasso, and if you don't have a Picasso, get one. Should not be your could have, would have, should have artist, because tonight is your opportunity. And when you get a Picasso, you pass it on to the next generation in your family. Now, here we have a few examples that I can share with you just of the time period and how important it was to him. Go to my screen for a second, please. I'm going to give you guys a couple of quick examples because I know we're tight on time. We are tight on time, so we got to move very fast. Here's the very, very famous, and it's a massive scale. The title on this one is The Family of Saltimbanques. Okay, 1905, there you can see when it was first painted. And he associates himself very closely. In fact, he considers this to be his alter ego. And I'll show it to you in another example here as well. Not that one. Now here is from the same period of time, and you can really see the elements of Cubism starting to creep in, can't you? Oh, by the way, this is an after Picasso. So you've got the guitar. This is from the Marina Picasso estate. As you can see, printed between 1979 and 1982. $17,000, ladies and gentlemen, not printed during his lifetime. Let's go back to the work of art, and let's take it to the auction. Richard?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is the hand-painted sculpture, so well done to everyone who's entered the raffle. You are in it. You're in the system for the raffle draw on Monday evening at 11 p.m. The final times to enter that raffle will be between 7 tomorrow and 10 o'clock. And again on Monday night at 7 till 10. So if you haven't done it, you've got 2 more opportunities between 7 and 10 the next 2 nights. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go then. You've got Pablo Picasso, Les Deux Saltimbanques, and it is a lithograph with extensive hand colouring on thick woven paper. Rare first edition by the world's most famous artist, Pablo Picasso. And it was one of only 200 examples printed by Silvana Editorial d'Arte in Milan, Italy in 1955. It's 70 years old. Let's go back to where it says medium. Look at that. Lithograph, so that's the original print, handmade, but with extensive hand colouring on thick woven paper. So that's what you've got to bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Extensive hand-coloured, 70-year-old lifetime Picasso, and it's on sale and with you. You've got 2 minutes to bid on this one, and then we will be moving on with the show with a fantastic Chagall. Don't forget, in about 25-30 minutes, KEF will be live here in the studio, ladies and gentlemen. So get bidding on this fantastic piece, hand-coloured Picasso, 70 years old. Here is Nino. Not Nino, he's much younger. This is 70 years old. Here's Nino.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Not there yet. I'm getting there. I'm not there yet. Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about Picasso, we talk about his body of art, we talk about the most significant evolutions and the changes that happened over the course of his career. It's very important that you understand the significance of the Saltimbanques suite, the significance of this suite. In fact, it is what really lends itself much more than anything else to what was to come, which of course is Cubism. I'm going to share with you another example. Now, this was put together by Ambrose Villard. Ambrose Villard is the publisher, the art dealer who approached Picasso with this very, very early in his career. I'll show you another example. This is very famous to get any of these works of art. And by the way, the boy sitting there, so you've got the man with the box in his hand, you've got the boy sitting there, and he's got the kind of the Harlequin shirt on there. Many times in history, Picasso has said, that boy is me. That boy is me. So that's how closely he related himself to the family of circus performers. Go back to my screen just for one quick second, and I'll go very, very quickly. I know we're tight on time, and we've got KEF coming into the studio, which is super exciting. So the Saltimbanques suite and Ambrose Villard, as I said, started doing this, creating these paintings in 1904, 1905. So that's the blue period of time. And here is another excellent example. So this is a circus performing couple, starving obviously, very skinny, sitting at a table. There's no food on the table, looking off in different directions. And this is the melancholy aspects of what Picasso was going through at that period of time. Going back to this one again, I didn't finish talking about it, but I wanted to explain it really, really quickly, is This is not printed during his lifetime, this one here. Certainly not hand-colored, absolutely not. This is his granddaughter that's printing these. They're still going for $17,000, ladies and gentlemen, and you can really see the elements of Cubism in that work of art. Let's go back to the work of art. Let's get your bids in on a Picasso. Somebody own this Picasso. Back to the work of art, and Richard, it is back to you, sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, look at it. It's 70 years old. It is a hand-colored Picasso. It is on sale. It's going now. It's with Florida. If you want to bid, you got 30 seconds. 1100 is bid. At 1100 it is with Florida. At 11, and I'll take 12 to move on. At 1100 with Florida. At 11, got a bid of 11. 11 is bid at 1100 only. At 1100, Michael, are you bidding? At 1100, I'll take another one off anyone. At 11 is bid. At 11 it's with Florida. At 11, got a bid of 11. 11 is bid on the 70-year-old hand-colored Picasso. Think about those words. 70-year-old hand-colored Picasso. You're talking about a work of art from the height of his fame in 1955. He didn't die until 1973. What a work of art to collect. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about to go. It's about to sell. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Last chance, last call. At 11, I'm bid. Florida in the lead, then going once. Well, I think I've given you every opportunity. You're about to miss out. At 11, are you bidding? Yes or no, John? Are they bidding? Got to be quick. Got to be quick. I see you're on the phone, so I will give you the benefit of the doubt. You've got 15 seconds. It's a yes or no verdict. At 11 bid. At 11, got a bid of 11. 11 is bid on the hand-coloured work. 70 years old, going once. Yes or no? Going twice. Are you bidding? 12 is bid. Just in time, my goodness. Where are they from, John? At 12 bid. 12 bid. Ohio, thank you for your bid. At 12. At 12. You nearly lost it, Ohio. At 1200. At 12, got a bid of 12 at 12. At 12 is bid. Florida, it's up to you. At 1200. 12 is bid. 13 bid. 13 bid. 13 bid. 1300. 1300. Another one off anyone at 13. At 1300. At 1300. 13, got a bid of 13 bid. 1300. 13. Cleo, where are they from? 1300. 1300, yes or no? California on sale and with you. Florida, yes or no? 1300 with California now. Going once, going twice. Gavels high. Sold. 13. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting very excited. It's nearly that time. 20 minutes from now, the show starts with the one and only KEF. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, you got a final opportunity to bid on something superb. We have a wonderful Marc Chagall for you. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm going to do. We're very short of time. Very short of time, so let's go to the certificate of authenticity, and I'll show you this, and then I'm going to show you the video. Then you've got a 3-minute clock to bid on it. Marc Chagall, French-Russian master, 1887 until 1985. He lived nearly 100 years. The Capture of Chloe. The Capture of Chloe. This is lithograph printed in 7 colors, the most complex of lithographs, 7-color lithograph, on woven paper after the original, published by the great Georges Brassilier in New York, the great friend of Chagall. So this was published here in the USA. Why? Because Chagall was the most famous Jewish artist in the world during World War II and the Nazi occupation of Paris. He moved to the USA, spent the war years here. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1977 Chagall, The Capture of Chloe. Here is a quick video, and then it will go to Nino. You've got a 3-minute clock to learn and bid. Then as soon as the clock's up, the gavel's coming down. Here we go.
Marc Marc Chagall was born Moishe Chagall on the 6th of July 1887.
Well, to me, one of the best parts about Marc Chagall as a painter is that, to paraphrase Picasso, is that he could really paint.
Born in modern-day Belarus, then part of the Russian Empire, he was of Belarusian Jewish origin. Chagall was the eldest of 9 children. In 1906, he moved to St. Petersburg, which was then the capital of the Russian Empire and the center of the country's artistic life with its famous art schools. Chagall stayed in St. Petersburg until 1910, often visiting Vitebsk, where he met his future wife, Bella Rosenfield.
You know, I think of Chagall, the 70s, the 80s, you know, that kind of thing. But really his impact is about a century.
Only if Chagall married her. The marriage took place in July 1952. By 1946, his artwork was becoming more widely recognized. The Museum of Modern Art in New York had a large exhibition representing 40 years of his work, which gave visitors one of the first complete impressions of the changing nature of his art over the years. The war had ended, and Chagall began making plans to return to Paris. In 1963, Chagall was commissioned to paint the new ceiling for the Paris Opera, Palais Garnier, a majestic 19th century building and national monument.
I've seen photographs of the ceiling of the Paris Opera, the Palais Garnier.
André Malraux, France's Minister of Culture, wanted something unique and decided Chagall would be the ideal artist.
The decision to paint the ceiling opera was met with a lot of opposition, but like I said, once you've seen it, it was the right thing to do. It is truly a masterpiece.
Chagall continued the project, which took the 77-year-old artist a year to complete. The final canvas was nearly 2,400 square feet and required 440 pounds of paint. It was presented to the public on the 23rd of September, 1964. Unanimously, the press declared Chagall's new work to be a great contribution to French culture.
I think that once he painted the ceiling of the Paris Opera, his career was set.
Pablo Picasso said, "When Matisse dies, Chagall will be the only painter left who understands what color is."
Here's Nino. It's selling in 3 minutes. Let's go.
All right, we got this. We're going to go real quick. Get your bids in, ladies and gentlemen, get your bids in real quick. I'm not going to spend time on the history of Marc Chagall because you just learned very an awful lot about the history of Chagall. But let's talk about this work of art that we have here right now. This is from the Daphnis and Chloe suite, one of the greatest love stories of all time, illustrated by Marc Chagall. And well, I'm telling you a little bit of the story, and I'm going to go super fast here on this, ladies and gentlemen. So think about a movie that you might have seen called The Princess Bride. Chagall was 55 when he illustrated this great love story. This is the Greek legend of Daphnis and Chloe by the Greek poet Longus. It was one of the quintessential artists of the 20th century is Marc Chagall, absolutely and without question. Now, the story of Daphnis and Chloe recounts the journey of these two soulmates who begin life as orphans on the Greek Isle of Lesbos. They are raised by farmers and shepherds, and the two orphans grow up together. They tend to their adopted parents' livestock, and as they mature, they fall in love, but they struggle to understand their new romantic feelings. Throughout the twisting path to their eventual marriage, Chloe is besieged by other suitors, many of whom attempt to abduct her, and she is kidnapped and taken to a nearby city where she is saved by the god Pan. This illustrates that very scene, the capture of Chloe. So these are the captors, I should say. Now Daphnis, he is also abducted, but he finds himself captured by pirates, and he faces numerous trials on his way back to finding his true love. And in the end, the couple is reunited. They both discover their true parentage. Their story ends happily with the soulmates married, and they're living together in the Greek countryside. Now Chagall's rendition, very whimsical rendition of Longus's romantic adventure, is heightened by his expressive use of color in each image. Now we've talked a little bit about lithography, so I'm not going to go into great detail, but it requires a complex layering of colors to produce a finished image. And this particular work of art, as Richard just said, has 7 different colors, ladies and gentlemen, on it in order to create what we see before us here right now. Now we are moving super fast, so I'm going to just give you guys some real quick examples. Let's go to my screen very fast and I will show you, and you might be a little bit surprised at this, but here's how important this suite is. Very important suite. And this is a hand signed of the very scene that you are bidding on here right now, hand signed, over 300,000, ladies and gentlemen, for that work of art. Over 300,000 is what it actually sold for in auction, and that is going back to 2009. And now, let's take a look here. Plate signed, or unsigned, pardon me, unsigned. Okay, so unsigned, you've got the capture of Chloe, and they had an estimate here of 4,000 to 6,000, but it actually sold for 13,750, unsigned, ladies and gentlemen. So I really want you to understand what we are talking about here. Here's another one, unsigned. So I'm just going to show you that, unsigned, and look at what a gallery, what you're going to pay for, 21 to 29,000. Let's go back to the work of art and back to the auction.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go. I'll take another 25 if you're quick. You've got to be quick, though. It's got to go 3 as bid. 3 got a bit of 3. 3 as bid on the Chagall. 7 colour, the capture of Chloe. 7 colour lithograph created by Chagall with the great George Brazilier. 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4 bid at 3 1/4, 3 1/4, and we're selling. It's nearly the time for the big show at 3 1/4, 350 bid, 350. It's nearly KEF time. It's nearly KEF time. 75, 375 is bid. 375, 375. Take 4. 375. Take 4. Come on, give me your best and final bid. I'm about to sell it. At 375, is there another 25? At 375, and I'll take 4 if you're quick. At 375, last chance. Gonna sell. 375, 4 bid, 4 bid, 400 bid. At 4, get a bit of 4 at 4. At 400 bid. At 400 bid, is there another 25? At 4 1/4. At 4 1/4 bid. At 4 1/4, take 50 now. What a beautiful piece. At 4 1/4, take 50. At 4 1/4, another 25. Take 50 now. At 4 1/4, 450. At 450, take 75. 450, take 75 to sell. At 450, it says 75 to move on. 475 now 5. At 475 now 5 to move on. At 475, and it's about to go. 475, another 25. At 475, you got to be quick now. Take 5, take 5, take 5. Come on, be quick, let's go. At 5, yes or no? At 5, get a bit of 5, are you done? At 5, yes or no? At 5, get a bit of 5. Come on, give me a best and final bid. It's going once. At 5, get a bit of 5, going twice. Anyone else? Sold and gone. Thank you. Woo! You warm me up for the big event now, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do know that a certain gentleman from Germany has entered the building. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about to start in just over 10 minutes' time. So stay tuned for the big extravaganza, the amazing monumental painting. Let's get a better shot of that one, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that painting, the monumental painting up for auction this evening. What a stunning work of art. You're looking at a $100,000 painting all day long in the future. I mean, without any shadow of a doubt. You have the first sculpture in the world. The first sculpture. I'm looking forward to learning about these. They're absolutely magnificent. When I put them up in their own right, you'll be able to see them in all their glory. They're fantastic pieces, and I know that Simon worked very, very hard on these with his team. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have the, if you could just drop the graphics for a second, let's look at this magnificent original Louis Vuitton handbag, and that is all hand painted on all sides by KEF. And ladies and gentlemen, that is up for auction again this evening. There are 4 spectacular lots, all starting in just over 10 minutes time. But right now, our final lot of the regular show, we're staying with the masters. And ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite artists, as you know, my favorite master of the 20th century, this is La Pêche Partage, and it is an original hand-signed work, one of only 25 in the world. It's number 15 of only 25 in the world, and it is created on very, very high-level Richard de Bar paper. Ladies and gentlemen, our final lot of the regular part of the show. It is the hand-signed original Salvador Dali, and here is Nino.
Well, you know I'm excited. You know I'm excited. We've got a hand-signed Dali. We have an etching, ladies and gentlemen. You got that telltale sign. You got the indentation. Lets us know that it's an intaglio technique that has been done. You've got that crisp, perfect Salvador signature on there. And this is from an extraordinary suite. So let me give you the history real quick on this, because we're super excited to meet KEF coming right up. But man, oh man, we do not want to overlook this. This is an amazing work of art. Now, it's the story of the Decameron. There's even a Netflix show called The Decameron. Now, the suite contains 10 etchings, ladies and gentlemen. This is an amazing piece in that it is also very much a documented work of art. So you've got all of the catalog references, the most important being Albert Field. Let's talk about the Decameron very quickly. The Decameron is considered a masterpiece of Italian literature. It's renowned for its vivid portrayal of life in medieval Italy, as well as its influence on later literary works. Like Chaucer's Canterbury Tales is influenced from the Decameron. The author is Giovanni Boccaccio, probably conceived the Decameron after the epidemic of 1348 and completed it in 1353. The work is regarded as a masterpiece of classic Italian prose. It's kind of an interesting side note is that it was Boccaccio who dubbed Dante Alighieri's comedy divine. He's the one that added divine to Dante Alighieri's comedy. Now, the story in a nutshell takes place in Italy during the time of the Black Death, or the bubonic plague. You've got a group of 7 young women and 3 young men that flee from plague-ridden Florence to a deserted villa in the countryside to stay for 2 weeks. In order to pass the evenings, each member of the party tells a story each night, except for 1 day per week for chores, and the holy days, during which they do no work at all. So it resulting in 10 nights of storytelling over the course of 2 weeks. So, by the end of the fortnight, they have told 100 stories. Now, the moral of the story is that even though Europe has lost so many of its people to the Black Death, new ones will be born. People can be happy, they can be prosperous and creative, even in the worst of times. Nothing quenches the life force. Now, the highly finished work exerted a tremendous influence on not just Chaucer, but Shakespeare, Dryden, Keats, Tennyson. They all were very much influenced by the Decameron, as it established itself as this great classic. Now, although Chaucer did not mention Boccaccio's name, his Canterbury Tales are clearly modeled on the Decameron. It was a controversial book at the time. It was even banned for obscenity at the time. It's now considered among the greatest literary achievements, not only for its widespread influence, but also for providing a document of life at the time. So that's the historical background on the Decameron, which is the suite of 10 etchings that we have here before us. Now, etchings, Salvador Dali with etchings. Now, by the way, let's go to my screen just for a second. I'll show you the book. The book, you can get the book. Go to my screen for a split second. I know we're just blazing through here on time, but this is the actual book, the Decameron. Isn't that amazing? Right there. As you see. Now, what does a dry point, an original dry point etching sell for from Salvador Dali? Here is, now this is apples to apples, really. This is a dry point. It is an etching dry point, exactly what we are looking at. The estimate was $8,000 to $12,000. It sold with buyer's premium at $23,750. So that is one example of a dry point. Now, when we're looking at, this is, by the way, the Decameron. This is the entire suite right here. The entire suite of images, very Dalinian, Dali-esque, as we see. And this is the one that we are actually bidding on right here, ladies and gentlemen. And here is the most conservative price that I can possibly find on this. About $7,000, just over $7,000 on that work of art. And here is from the Decameron. This is the La Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, Salvador Dali, etching in colors. So again, it's an excellent example at $14,000. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You are looking at a work of art, and it's a 1972. You see 1972, same edition. Everything is exactly aligned, exactly the same. Let's go back to the work of art. Let's go back to the work of art and let's look at it. Let's look at the quality of the paper, and let's take it to Richard, and let's get some bids in on this, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking at about a $15,000 work of art before you. Richard, back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go then. It's the final lot of the regular session of the auction. Then the big event happening next. This is lot 213. Salvador Dali, then, the Spanish master, and it is called Le Pêche Partage, catalogue reference by Albert Field. And Albert Field's the world-leading authority on the work of Salvador Dali. If it's not referenced by him, my words of advice as a collector myself, I know Nino will back me up on this. If it's not referenced by by Albert Field, as they say in the real world, buyer beware. Just be careful, because in the 70s and 80s, there were a number of forgeries of Salvador Dali. So it's very important, this document, this certificate that comes with it, because it verifies that this is, in fact, a 100% original Salvador Dali hand-signed work. That is a big, big thing. The other thing you need to know, it is an original dry point etching. It was printed in colors on Richard de Bar paper, the highest quality paper. And really, ultimately, that it is a pencil-signed work by the artist. Who was the artist? None other than the greatest surrealist the world has ever known, Salvador Dali. This is the first state. This is the first printing. Again, the most collectible and desirable. And the example you are bidding on, John, is number 15 of only 25 in the world. I think they were trying to bid from the Italian edition on your right-hand side, published by Michele Bruta in Paris in 1972. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're bidding on here is not your regular print. Remember, it's number 15 of only 25 museum examples in the world with the authentic signature of the master and catalogue reference by the most important scholar of graphic works of Salvador Dali. His name, Albert Field. He wrote the book. This is catalogued in there. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the key. Very important. Here is Nino. Nino, if you came to me, to my gallery, and you said, Richard, I love this Dali, would you let it go for $17,000? I would be very, very reluctant, because I know it's number 15 of only 25 in the world, and it is a master print. Here is Nino. 2 minutes, last chance before we start the big event.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. If you were a gallerist and you had this work of art and somebody approached you at, $15,000, $16,000, $17,000, you'd want to hold on to it. You'd want to hold on to it because easily we're seeing the escalation in prices on these works of art over the past few years. I showed an example a couple of moments ago at $14,000. That's going back 3-4 years ago on that. So looking at here today, yes, you could, extrapolate. You'd be looking at $15,000 to $20,000 for this work of art that you have here right now, especially in this kind of condition. And that is such a small edition of 25. 25 is absolutely tiny, tiny, tiny edition. Only 25 people in the world can own this work of art. It is crisp. Example, that indentation is from the pressure of the press and getting a reverse image. What Salvador Dali did is he cut into a metal plate. That's what a dry point is. It's a dry point etching. He cut into the metal plate, incised in there, and then he inked it with colors, and that's how you get the resulting here. And that's always going to be your telltale sign, is going to be that indentation that goes all the way around, which is from the immense pressure of that work of art, being pressed in the press. So, ladies and gentlemen, put another 0 on that work of art. You're in the ballpark. You're definitely in the ballpark. The title on the work of art, if we were to translate it into English, is Share the Sin. Share the Sin. So it is is based upon one of the most legendary books and stories of all time, going way back to the back to the Middle Ages, basically, is the Black Death or the bubonic plague, and that's what these are illustrations from. So, ladies and gentlemen, get your bids in on this work of art. We're moving very, very quickly here. This would be a feather in the cap of any serious Salvador Dali collector. I consider myself a serious Salvador Dali collector. I would love to have this in my collection in this kind of condition with that perfect signature and that tiny, tiny edition, beautifully framed and presented. This is a spectacular work of art. Let's take it to the auction. Get your bids in, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to look back on this one and go, this is the one that got away. Don't let it happen. Richard, back to you.
Well, you said exactly the right thing there, Nina. I just got to go over it as well because I can't believe this. Look at the piece. Ladies and gentlemen, to think you can have that in your home under $15,000, anyone else would think you're joking. Anyone else would think you're joking. It's one of only 25 in the world, created by the most famous surrealist artist the world ever has known, Salvador Dali. It's number 15 of only 25. I had to bring this just to verify for myself. Double catalogue referenced. Very important. Albert Field, referenced. Original dry point etching. Printed in color, Richard de Bar paper. Pencil, hand signed by Salvador Dali, verified by Albert Field. First date, first printing. The example you're bidding on is number 15. Now, if he did an edition of 200, it would still be worth $12,000 or more. It's not. It's an edition of only 25 that he did. Hand signed. It should be in a museum. It's from the Italian edition published by Michele Bruta in Paris in 1972. He didn't die until 1989. Lifetime, hand-signed, catalogue reference, only 25 in the world. You're bidding on number 15. You've got 60 seconds. Then we got the big event. 60 seconds on the Dali. Here's Nino.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you see what's before you right now. We've demonstrated it, we've illustrated it, we've given you other examples, similar periods of time, done in the exact same technique, showing you what they actually sell for. I've got another, I'm not sure if I showed this one to you or not, but let me show it to you really quickly here, just to give you again an idea and an example of what these typically actually do sell for. So this is a dry point by Salvador Dali, Faust, is how you say that, and with the buyer's premium, it was over $23,000. And the hammer price was $19,000. So that gives you some real good reference on what a dry point, a hand signed from a very small edition. And what is the edition size on this? Let's just take a quick look. This is also a very small edition, ladies and gentlemen, here. Okay, it's not as small. It's an edition of 95. Can you see that? It's an edition of 95, whereas what you were bidding on is an edition of 25. And this one still sold for $23,750. Back to the work of art, back to the auction. Get your bids in, and good luck.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think you might be too late now. I've got to move on. He's here. We're about to go live with KEF. This is your last chance. 15 seconds then. 24 is bid. 24, who's in the lead? John, did you find out? At 24. At 24. Massachusetts, thank you. 24. 2,400 is bid on the beautiful... And Massachusetts, you're getting this unbelievable piece. Only 25 in the world. It's going once. Darren, are you bidding yes or no? Going twice. Third and the final time then at 24. Gavels high. Sold, Massachusetts. What a piece. What a piece. I'm very envious because you know I'm a big Dali collector. That was amazing. Such a small edition. Hand signed. You can't go wrong at that level. Ladies and gentlemen, a deep breath, because now comes all the excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment we've been waiting for many, many months. He's been extremely busy in Asia. He's been extremely busy in Europe, down in France. I was just hearing about it. And ladies and gentlemen, lots of news to tell you. It's great to have him back. He had to spend a bit of time in Mexico as well on a very special project. And ladies and gentlemen, what an honor to have him here live in the studio. It is our very good friend, the art superstar, KEF. Here is KEF video, and then he comes live on stage.
Swirling waves of monochromatic patterns spill onto canvas and walls alike in the hands of KEF.
Die Linien, die male ich nie gerade oder nie mit Ecken, weil alles muss im Flow sein und das kommt eher so, also die Inspiration kommt mehr aus der Natur, weil dort ist alles sehr harmonisch und alles fließt ineinander und deswegen this is very harmonious for me and somehow it makes me calm to paint this. I don't paint them straight or I don't paint edges because it's somehow disturbing in my mind, so I keep it very much in the flow and this is very important for me.
Born in Germany, KEF came up in the street art scene of the early 2000s, creating large-scale pattern paintings and murals. Starting with graffiti when he was 14, he decided to make art more seriously in his early 20s and left Germany for London in 2013. Commissioned by retailer Urban Outfitters, KEF designed the interiors for stores from London to Berlin.
With Urban Outfitters, they invited me to paint and I could do just what I want to do there on their walls. It was good. It really pushed my confidence even more to do just my thing, and after this project was finished, I just continued my work. I was invited to a project in Dali, the city, and there's a big lake, it's called High Lake. There are water tanks to clean the water, and I could paint one of those tanks. I can't even imagine, as this is just in me, like, you know, it's in my blood somehow to do this.
Seeing his work as hypnotic, harmonious, and peaceful, there is an underlying spiritual element to KEF's art. It is no surprise that his artwork comes directly from his soul and is deeply inspired by nature and Buddhist philosophy.
I remember the very first day I met Simon KEF, traveling all day, on my feet all day. I get a phone call. I had no idea what was in store for me. I sat down and looked at your art, and I thought they were reduced photomechanical giclée. And then you said they were originals with a varnish coat. You saw me put my nose on there, and I went, I can't believe it. And then the very next day when I met him at the Paris Salon, it reaffirmed everything I already knew. I think you have it. Whatever it is, you have it. Bear witness to a moment in history. I remember being quite pleasantly surprised when I found out that Mitch broke my KEF auction record.
I genuinely believe in 5 to 10 years' time, we're gonna look back and this is just the beginning of where KEF is headed.
Sold! Sold!
Sold for $29,000.
Sold at $41,000. Sold at $63,000.
I can't think of a single artist that's taken off as fast in as short a period of time as KEF.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! Sold! California!
Sold it under the map.
Sold. Sold.
Sold at $41,000.
Sold! Sold at
at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for KEF.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. It is that time. We're really, really excited for this visit all the way from Germany. It is, of course, our very special guest, the one, the only, Simon KEF. Lovely to see you, Simon. How are you?
I'm very good, and you?
Yeah, excellent. It's been a little while since we saw you.
Yes.
How you been?
True.
You okay?
Yeah, everything is fine. Keep doing my things, traveling the world.
Working hard?
Yes.
I believe you've been working very, very hard, creating a lot of new things, and this is something very, very special. Let's see if we can come in close on the piece with the camera. John, let's try dimming the lights if we can, and let's just have a quick look to see how that works. There we go. Maybe that works quite well actually with the light. What do you think, John? Yeah, you can see. There we go. That's why they pay me the big bucks, you see. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honour to have Simon here, and these are amazing works. Your brand new collection. They've never been done before.
No, it's first
so
time,
this
yeah.
will be the very, very first sculpture. And so obviously you had to work very, very hard on the design of them and what would work. And you work with a very small, very talented team to create these. And I believe that you even traveled as far as Mexico to be working with one particular sculptor to recreate your design and to make them what they are. I mean, the weight of them, I felt them with I had the white gloves on earlier, but they're very substantial. They're wonderful, wonderful pieces. And this is going to be our first one in the world up for auction, ladies and gentlemen. But before we get started with the auction part of the proceedings, obviously we have a lot of new people watching the show. We've had, John, is it nearly 400 people called tonight? That's correct. 400 people called just because you're here. Normally when I'm here there's 700, but it's okay. You can't always win everything, Simon. But anyway, we have had a lot of questions from viewers, and if you don't mind, there's one or two. Many of our collectors would love to know, how did you get started as an artist? What was your first memories? Obviously, like most people, when they're children, but tell us in your own words.
I mean, obviously, I painted also when I was young. I mean, as a child. But I remember that I drove with my parents on holidays. I can't remember where, to Italy or something, and we were on the Autobahn. And the bridges in Europe, they are mostly full of graffiti. And so I remember that there was one graffiti which was with a black background, and it was like the galaxy. And of course there was the lettering in front. And so that was a moment where I thought, wow, this is really cool, and I want to experiment a bit in that.
So the graffiti art actually grabbed your attention?
Yeah,
Okay.
It really started with graffiti for me.
Yeah. And I know, because obviously I'm my family's from London.
Yeah.
You lived in London for quite a long time.
Yeah, between 2013 and 15. And there I really started to only paint.
Yeah.
After I was in the apprenticeship in Germany.
And obviously in London, everyone seems to know London as now the capital for people of your genre, for street artists, graffiti artists. Why is London such a hotbed for working with each other, inspiration from each other?
Maybe it's because it's super international.
Yeah.
And during that time, the urban art it had an extreme hype, and I think because the city is so international that it all melted there together. I remember that nearly every day there was something going on, like this artist from Brazil comes, or this artist from Australia painting a new wall. It was super crazy at that time when I was there.
Yeah.
I don't know how it is right now. I wasn't. I mean, I was there for the artwork reunion,
Yeah.
which got auctioned here as well. That was the last time I was there, and before that, I wasn't.
Yeah, you did the big special painting.
Yeah.
And that was actually on the BBC, wasn't it? On the
Yeah, that's correct,
on the
yeah.
TV in the UK. And then we did the big charity auction with Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin.
Yes.
So he's very modest. I have to extract information from him. But when I was at the event, I was helping host the event and doing the auction live. But I have to say that the very famous singer Robert Plant found himself a brand new friend. I think you got on very well with him, didn't you?
Yeah, it was really cool to meet him. And there were other people, and yeah, they auctioned on the stage, and it was for a really good cause for cancer curing.
Yeah, cancer research.
Yeah.
And I think your painting helped them, and you donated that painting. So
Yeah.
thank you very much, Simon. So in other words, his painting went for $50,000. I think it was just under with the exchange
Yeah.
rate, but approximately $50,000. Acquired by not a celebrity, but by an English couple that had never seen your work before, but they just, when I unveiled it, I had it under a cloth, and then I unveiled it, and everyone was, even Robert Plant was trying to look. I said, hang on a minute. So when I did the auction, I unveiled it, and this English couple, the wife and the husband, they absolutely fell in love with the work, and it was a great thing. He donated the painting. Over 50,000 was raised to help with the cure for cancer. So how about a round of applause for Simon for doing that? That's absolutely fantastic. And ladies and gentlemen, it was my honor to do the auction. So Simon, tell us about your trip and how the idea for doing sculpture came about, if you don't mind.
So before I was living in London, I did an apprenticeship as an industrial mechanic in Germany. It was for 3.5 years. And so the focus was on metal. And so now it was time for me to bring back the past and make a fusion of the past and the present. So the present obviously is what I'm doing all the time now, painting.
Sure.
And so I created this steel sculpture. And so this is one of the experimental proofs. So they are very unique.
Yeah.
And they're all slightly different because they are not the final ones yet. So this is part of the process, and so therefore they're extremely rare.
These are the very first ones in the world to ever be offered. And this is the actual very first one.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a very exciting moment for collectors because, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, if you acquire an artist proof, normally they stay with the artist. But, we're lucky enough to have this. It's the first one in the world. So whoever gets this, I think you're going to be highly delighted. Simon, I'm going to let you have a rest for a second.
Thank you.
And we're going to get you back in about 5 or 10 minutes time to answer some more questions from our viewers. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Simon KEF.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Simon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come in closely on this piece. It's a little difficult with our lighting here. John, there we go. But let's get in closer with the piece. There we go. Now, it's all in metal, ladies and gentlemen. There is a brand new thing. As he said, he studied engineering when he was young, and he wanted to do something where he's fusing the past with his present as as an eminent artist, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to give you the opportunity to bid on this fantastic, the world's very first sculpture. And let's go over to Nino to tell us a bit about this in a second. But before that, I'm going to bring something. I made this myself. It's a metal ruler. Look at it. Not a bad job, but there we go. Let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I can tell you, I'm going to put it in at 12.5 inches, the width there. And then the height, let's make that over 18 inches. So I'll round it up. 19 there, 19 there. And let's get it right here by 12. 19 by 12. Ladies and gentlemen, the superb sculpture. And it's your opportunity. Let's get bidding on this one. Let's go over to Nino for 2 minutes to talk about his interpretation of the fantastic sculpture. Thank you. The world's first.
Yeah, this is very exciting, and how thrilling to have Simon in the studio. I'm a little bit jealous. I'm envious that I'm not there in Atlanta, but you know, I'm here virtually, and this is really wonderful for me. I wonder, Richard, if we could, if it's possible, to take a very large work of art and turn it around and place it behind this work of art. And that would give our viewers maybe a little bit better view, because it is challenging to have a full appreciation for the work that's before us here. And this is deserved and warranting that. So I think that would make it this. There we go. Bam! Wow. Fantastic. I love that. So that really does help an awful lot. And ladies and gentlemen, you are, you know, this is a moment in time that's very, very exciting, because you're the first. This is the first. We have this opportunity before us here right now. And I'm super excited that Simon has expanded his repertoire, which was inevitable. You know, somebody who is as creative as KEF is, the anticipation was that we were going to see an evolving manner of art, and that's what we're seeing here, delving into the sculptural aspects. I've talked a little bit about sculpture tonight, but you know, it bears repeating that if you do not have a sculpture in your collection, you do not have a solid and full artistic collection. It is one of the elements that is a must have in any serious collector's collection, is to have a sculpture. And one of the benefits, of course, as I had mentioned before, is that you don't have to take up any wall space for it. It's very tactile. You know, you can handle that, get white gloves, and you could rotate that work of art on like a Lazy Susan. They make them specifically for sculptures like this. Can you imagine this on a rotating stand? It has movement standing still. Undulating movement is what we have always seen, and it has mesmerized me and just kind of blown my mind how he's able to accomplish this in a still form. Now, if this were actually rotating, boy, oh boy, you would really start to get that benefit on that work of art in such a manner that you can't even possibly imagine. So this is a fantastic, very, very first in the world opportunity for our viewers to be able to acquire it. That looks great, Richard. We're seeing movement, we're seeing different elements of it as you are rotating the work of art. It's very exciting to be able to see it in this manner. And having that background does make a very, very big difference. We're able to see that much more clear. Elemental fusion, number one, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we have here before us. So having Simon here in the studio is super exciting, because we all have questions. I mean, I know that I have questions as well. How did you talked about your inspiration and how you came to do this. I have a kind of a specific sort of a question. Is there a typical time that inspiration hits you? And here's the reason I ask. My son's a musician, and he's often inspired in the middle of the night, meaning I'm awoken to hear him playing music in the wee hours. If there's a favorite time of day that you create, I would love to hear that and how the inspiration hits you. Love to learn about your studio as well. So many questions. Just exciting to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, this being the first, Okay, so think about in history. Think about great artists of the past. Now, Simon has just taken the art world by storm. We're aware of that. He is a phenomenon in the art world. I mean, his trajectory is just insane. He's a young artist with a huge following, and the future looks very, very bright for KEF and obviously for his collectors. But I want you to really dive into the significance of what's happening right now, right here. You are the first. This has never happened before, and it's on TV. This is the very first sculpture. Ladies and gentlemen, that is significant. That is rare. Get your bids in. Richard, back to you.
Well, you can see the way that it's made, and it's very fine, very delicate, like his artwork. So try doing that in metal, ladies and gentlemen. These very fine lines here, and you know how detailed his artwork is. I mean, that is a great shot there. That gives you an idea. It looks like it's just been drawn on the canvas. It's not, it's metal. Look at it. So fine. Look, razor thin. Razor thin, but very, very strong. Very, very strong. This is a fantastic piece. It's the world's first KEF sculpture. Someone has a collector's item. Someone has a collector's item coming their way. I'll just show you. I'm going to tilt it this way. Each piece is hand signed down here. Signed, yes, hand signed by KEF. Okay, so hand signed. And that has got some nice weight to it. Got some nice weight to it, ladies and gentlemen. What a spectacular piece. The world's first KEF sculpture is up for auction now. John, let's go with the house lights. Let's go to the certificate of authenticity so you know exactly what you're bidding on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Elemental Fusion. Number one. There can only ever be number one time. It's here. It is the original cut and painted steel sculpture. It is signed and it is annotated by the artist on the base. It is the experimental proof. This is the experimental proof with unique variations. This has not gone to market. These are not available anywhere in the world. These are the first 2, 3, and actually tomorrow night 2 others, but there are 4 in the world prior to them being developed into the limited editions. So you are acquiring the rare experimental proof of the artist. The rare experimental proof of the artist. It is hand signed. My goodness gracious, I missed something. I missed something very important, John. Tuesday morning I would be told about this. EP, the experimental proof. They would have said, Richard, how could you miss that? EP, experimental proof. The first in the world. It is here to be sold. Nino, what a piece. To think I'm sorry you can't be here. I have handled the first one in the world. There are 4 of them, 2 tonight, 2 tomorrow night with Ray. These are the first experimental works in the world that KEF has approved, and now they're ready to make a limited edition. But these are the only ones that will ever have EP, experimental proof. That is the holy grail of art collecting. Here is Nino. Good luck. You've got 2 minutes.
That's really exciting. Well, it's historical, Richard. It's absolutely historical, and good on you for being, the one that gets to be the first to handle it. Am I jealous? Yeah, of course. Think about this, ladies and gentlemen. We already know how explosive the growth has been for KEF, and what are the reasons why? I mean, there's many reasons why. His art is phenomenal. It's inimitable. It doesn't rest on the laurels of any other artist that came before him. It's unique to him. It has a broad appeal. It's a non-generational style of art, meaning that all ages gravitate towards KEF and this style of art. It is a non-regional form of art, meaning that, oftentimes Europeans acquire European style art, Americans acquire American style of art, Asians acquire Asian style of art. That doesn't count here with KEF. He crosses all borders and all boundaries. So this is part of the reason why he has had this incredible explosive growth. Now fast forward into the future, not even far into the future. I mean, we're seeing his own records being broken constantly, one on top of another, which only speaks to the ongoing desire to acquire his works of art all over the world. But fast forward into the future a few years, and only one person ever is going to lay claim to being the first to own an original sculpture by KEF. Imagine that. So think about some other artists from the past, like Richard Prince, or think about who got the first Picasso sculpture? Who got the first one? Is that more important than the second, third, and fourth? Of course it is. Absolutely. Any artist that you want to mention throughout history, Degas, think about a Degas. Who got the first one? This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is a historic moment on TV right here for a serious collector. If you have the means, you are going to have bragging rights forever. And this is something that you must keep in your family and pass it on for sure. And I know I repeat myself on that, but we get new viewers all the time, and I think it's of paramount importance when we're talking about something of this significance, this right here. There's no exaggeration when I say this is a historic moment that we are seeing, that we are witness to tonight, that you, ladies and gentlemen, have the opportunity of actually bidding on this work of art. Amazing. Richard, back to you.
Well, I just want to point out something very, very important to you. Very important to the collector. I'm bringing over something very important. This piece of paper. The 4 sculpture that we have tonight, 2 of them. Tomorrow night, 2 of them. They're the only experimental proofs in the world. It's written here on your certificate. But more than that, Simon, would you mind joining me for a second? Give Simon a round of applause. The world's first KEF sculpture. Thank you very much. I put my hands, the gloves on just to protect your hands, not mine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask something very, very special. Simon, for the world's first sculptures tonight and tomorrow night, would you do me a little favor?
Sure.
I'd like you to fill out a certificate here, dedicated to our top bidder. Dedicated to our top bidder on this one and the other one tonight. And I will be here with Ray tomorrow night, and there are 2 more. On the 4, they're all different designs. There's 4 in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to do a dedication, the world's first experimental sculpture, and you oversaw the project.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
You designed them. You have your background in metalwork engineering, and so they're done and you're happy with these, obviously.
Ah, yeah, of course. I mean, as I said, they're still from the process, but I like that there are tiny imperfections, but that's why they are so rare and unique now.
Yeah.
And so also they are laser cut, so the process is extremely difficult.
Right.
Yeah, because I mean, as you said, my work is very fine, and to get everything here, the tiniest
very
depths,
difficult, very difficult. I mean, that is not easy to do.
No.
And you're an expert in metalwork as well as being a great artist and a thoroughly nice chap. So thank you very much. The very first one, he's going to dedicate these, the first 4 in the world. They're all different designs. 2 tonight, 2 tomorrow night. It's going under the block now. And give me your best and final bid now. Give me your best and final bid. It's about to go. It's about to sell. It is about to go. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? John, you'll have to let me know. You'll have to let me know. Going once then, they're going to be personally dedicated. John, let the phone team know. Let the phone team know. The highest bidder, give them a dedication. Give your phone team member a dedication. And Simon is going to dedicate it, the world's first experimental sculpture you are acquiring here at the Fine Art Auction. None of them in galleries, none of them in auctions, not in Europe, not in Asia. Not in Australia. Only here in the United States on the Fine Art Auction. The first 4 experimental sculpture in the world are going to be sold here. They're collector's items of the highest order, and you will have your certificate, and you will have that private and personal dedication from KEF. It's got to sell now, John. Come on. Let's go. I'll take best and final bids on this one now. Best and final bids on this. Best and final bids. Are we done? We've got to move on, John. The show's ticking away. Ticking away. Anyone else, yes or no? I've got to move on. Going once. Are we done? Make a decision. We've got to go. 7,250 bids. 7,250. Come on, give me your best and final bid now. The world's first experimental sculpture. From this design approved by the artist, a small edition will be created. Going once, going twice. That is gone, and congratulations. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, as simple as that. Now, John, we've got to move on a little bit because I've got some wonderful pieces coming in. The next work of art, ladies and gentlemen, is the Elemental Fusion. It's the second one. There are only 4. There are 2 tonight and 2 tomorrow. Now, I don't want to spend, I can't spend 15, 20 minutes because I've got the monumental painting and I've got the wonderful hand-painted bags. So I'm going to do this. We just had bids over $7,000 for that one. Correct? You just saw it. It's gone. I'm going to start this at half the price. I'm going to start it at $3,500. And we're going to sell it to the highest bidder. Again, the bidding is underway, John. So it's going to sell to the highest bidder. And I'm going to put a clock on this. Let's put a clock. I'll do a clock when it goes to Nino. So, Simon, if you don't mind, one last time. Ladies and gentlemen, Simon, thank you very much. So that's it. These are literally the only 4 in the world. There's this one and the one that just went tonight. Thank you for letting us have them. I mean, they could have gone to Asia, could have gone to Europe. You let us have them, and thank you so much.
That's correct.
That's, you know, it's just a great honor for us to have them here. This one is slightly different, a different design. More the sort of landscape as opposed to the taller portrait designs. And some of your paintings are done in this style, aren't they? You don't do so many that way.
No, the horizontal ones are more rare.
Yeah.
And
so the horizontal design is rarer.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I wanted to do a few sculptures also horizontal.
Yeah. I don't want to leave you for too long. But I just wanted to measure this one because if I remember rightly, the other one was 12 inches wide. This one is 18 inches. I know you don't work in inches in Europe,
No.
do you? So it's 18 inches. It's about 46 centimeters.
Okay.
46 centimeters, 18 inches. Now, that's nearly 50% wider than the last one, because it is the horizontal design. The height, again, is still a good height. I'm going to put this one in, it's about 13 and a half, but I always round it up to 14 by 18. 14 by 18 on the sculpture there. Again, it's signed. On the base, it will say EP again, the experimental proof. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second one. There will be 2 more tomorrow night, completely different designs. But I love this one. I love the first one as well. But this horizontal design, I do love when I see your paintings like that as well. Now, something big has happened. Very big. You've just created a painting. How many meters was it?
It was around
30 by 10. Did
yeah,
you say?
in total, yeah, it's 30 to 10.
Okay, yeah, I worked it out,
yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. Basically, he just did an amazing painting, a mural. It's 25 feet high by 75 feet wide. So again, in this style, if you like, the sort of like a panoramic.
Yes.
A panoramic KEF. There we go.
So actually, I did the first piece in 2017, and now I continued it.
Okay.
And the new one has a black background, so I wanted to point out more the yin-yang and also the impermanence. Because the first one is already faded slightly,
right?
And the new one is super fresh looking, so
Okay.
I want to point out a bit like this kind of
beautiful
things, yeah.
Yeah, and where is the painting located?
It's very close to Marseille, on an industrial building.
Which obviously suits urban art and graffiti art. A lot of the artists, they like to work on, where they started, in an urban setting.
Yeah, that's true.
So 75 feet wide, 25 feet high, and it's near Marseille. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to auction this out. I'm going to go over to Nino. I've got to move on a little bit on this one, so I'm going to give you just a 2-minute clock with Nino. You know what it is. These are the first 4 in the world. There are none other like them. We're the first to have them before they're made into a limited edition. So it's the experimental proof, hand signed. I'll show you all that again later on, but it's about to go. So be quick if you want to bid on it. If not, you've got to wait till tomorrow night, and there are 2 with Ray and Tony in the show tomorrow night. But this, I love it. What a great design. What a clever idea to make your work into metal. And ladies and gentlemen, you get that in the right background. The beautiful thing I love about this, you know what? Because we don't often think about this as artists, but in someone's home, no matter what their decor is, if they got a beautiful green wall or a sky blue or white or whatever, that's going to be your background behind the artwork. And with the right lighting on it, you'll get the color of your home or the background will shine behind the piece. So as you see, we just had to put a canvas here to show you. But when you get the lighting on it, if you've got a lovely, I don't know, ivory wall or white wall or a green wall or whatever you got, red wall, that color's going to come through that beautiful artwork.
Actually, with the dimmed light, it looked also very nicely.
Okay, John, if we can dim the lights very, very quickly, that'll be fantastic. I'm glad, we do our best in the studio, but I'll dim the lights. Here's Nino, you've got 2 minutes, good luck, we're about to sell.
Your visual, what you were just explaining of in your home. Another visual that immediately popped to mind when you said that was, think about the shadow that this will cast on an opposing wall, on an opposite wall as well. I mean, you put the light in the right place, you're going to have a KEF sculpture not any old sculpture. You're going to have an experimental proof, which is historically significant and amazing. Think about the shadow that is going to cast onto your wall. It's almost like you're going to get another work of art on that wall over there. Yeah, I'm amazed, by the delicacy of this, that you were able to translate this into steel sculpture. It's extraordinary, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it's incredibly significant that this is the first work of art in a sculpture, and it's on this show, and it's tonight, it's on TV, and you should be bidding on it for those reasons, but also because you love the artwork. And you always ask yourself how you feel when you're viewing art, because that's your barometer of importance. It really is. I mean, I get a sense of calm when I sit in front of a KEF painting. It's hard to put a price on calmness, isn't it? Especially in today's world of high anxiety, of pressure. So these are some of the things that we often hear from collectors of KEF. It lowers my blood pressure, it makes me feel at peace. It's very harmonious in that manner, and that's one of the reasons why he has had this amazing career thus far. But he's such a young guy. Look at him, he's a young guy, and already this tremendous success. I mean, the future is incredible for this artist, and for you, for the collectors, and for all of us that get to be witness to this. Look at that. We've got multiple colors behind the work of art, which is very reminiscent. It makes us think about some of the interspersed colors that Simon puts into his paintings. You can see that. Fantastic work. Congratulations, Simon. I mean, this is really extraordinary. Fantastic. Let's go to the auction. Richard?
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, and it is, again, Simon is going to do a dedication for you, the world's first experimental sculpture, hand-signed. It's got EP on the base. There's only 4 of them in the world, all different designs. From this will be made the limited edition. I'm going to sell it. It's going once, going twice, and the final time, sold. And with that personal dedication from Simon, John and Kim are doing a fantastic job in the background, and they will be taking care with the phone team of your personal dedication. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, I can't get anything larger to put in front of this painting, but let me tell you, it is monumental. Monumental, ladies and gentlemen, and it is our fantastic work of art, and this is entitled Golden Times of Happiness. It is the largest painting we have had in the show since the fantastic painting that went recently. Well, you'll see what it went for. Here we go.
For the very first time, a German art museum is dedicating a solo exhibition to the painter, draftsman, and urban artist known as KEF. The installation, entitled Cosmic Raindrops in the Forest, opened last week to a large crowd. The exhibit, I Watch Helplessly as Flowers Wither, displays a purposeful installation with aerosol sprayed drawings on large sculptural squares and cubes throughout the hall. Visitors are asked to immerse themselves in this unique spatial experience. The viewers become one with the grandiose and rousing lines which is part of this great verve. The world is getting to know KEF, and Cosmic Rain is the first of many future museum shows for this international talent. Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! Sold! California! Sold it under my...
Sold.
Sold at $41,000.
Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for KEF.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the amazing, amazing painting here. 58 by 74, Golden Times of Happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, I am 6 feet 2. I'm 6 feet 2. 114 pounds on one leg. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 feet 2, and look at the scale of this piece. Look at it. Unbelievable. Monumental work. How about, team, a big round of applause. The first 2 of the 4 sculptures have gone. Thank you to Simon. But let's give him a round of applause once again, Simon. Thank you for coming from Berlin. I know you're a little bit tired, but we appreciate you being here. And tell us about this piece, because obviously you did a very special piece that we had on BBC television, which we auctioned. We had the work which we did for the charity, which was actually, it was about half this size, wasn't it? But round, if you cut this in half and put it round that way.
That's right, yeah.
So that one went in the charity auction for 50,000. That was amazing. And thank you for all your support for, cancer research. But this great painting, I love the design. I love the style of it. And coming up, it's like it's growing. Mm-hmm. There's something growing about it. Tell me, how do you actually start a painting of this magnitude?
What is magnitude? Sorry.
Magnitude, so large, such a large painting, a dramatic, big painting, a big painting.
The process is always different. I just start somewhere. I can't even tell where I started here, for example. I maybe start somewhere here and then I just let it flow. And then, so obviously first the lines and then later the backgrounds. And then it always depends how I feel. So sometimes I do one color backgrounds or sometimes multicolor, or it really depends on my mood. And here I can actually tell that I was more in a calm mood. In some paintings there's more going on, and so I can really see later, I was in this mood. But obviously it's mostly about the serenity still. And
and being calm.
Yeah, and for me it's easier to paint bigger pieces. As I started in the streets, I started on walls, so it was always big.
And with the spray.
Yeah.
So you could do larger movements.
Yeah, and I like to go with the body.
But this is all literally by hand, isn't it?
Yeah, but here I can still go with the body. Also, when I do, for example, the priming, I prime everything 3 times wide.
Yeah.
I have to go with the body, and I like it.
Right.
And on the small pieces, it's more harder for me.
Yeah. Well, it is absolutely beautiful, a stunning work of art, ladies and gentlemen. We're underway with the bidding already. Remember that the last piece that came to auction, roughly this size, sold here live on stage, $63,000. So I think anyone, if you get this, under 70,000. It is a magnificent painting. I love it. Let's see what it goes for. Ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for letting us have this from your private collection. And you don't do many of these paintings, just a few every year?
Yeah, the large ones are also rare. And I think this one is of 2022. Yes, it's 2022. This one is 2 years old, and so now.
So what would you do? Maybe three, 4 a year like this? 2?
Yeah, maybe 4, 5. Yeah.
Maybe 4. Okay, so like every 3 months, maybe one of these might come from the studio to go to a big private collection or a big show you're doing.
Yeah.
And then we've been lucky enough to have over the last few years 2 or 3. So again, thank you for letting us have this here. We'll get you back in a moment. Thank you, Simon. Ladies and gentlemen, your opportunity to bid on this monumental, unbelievable work, and it is magnificent. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 58 inches wide by 74 inches high. This will, whatever home you've got, even if you haven't got the wall space to hang it, acquire it, look after it, hold on to it, and enjoy this. I would like to see bidding on this somewhere in the region of $50,000 to $70,000. I think that's fair for it. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got 2 minutes with Nino. I've got to move on because we've got one more lot after this. Good luck.
Yeah, it's really sensational. That is an extraordinary showcase work of art that is available. I love the background, Simon, that you put in here. I love your choice on palette, on the color. It's very cool. I get a cool sensation. You know, I also see with this work of art, it feels three-dimensional, like it leaps out from the canvas. And it's an acrylic painting, but I think you know what I'm talking about. The other viewers, if you're looking at it right now, you see what I'm talking about. It has that kind of a quality, that kind of an effect, that it kind of leaps out from the canvas itself. Spectacular, spectacular work. Golden Times of Happiness. You always have the best titles for your works of art. And I wonder, is that what your intention is for the viewer to have that feeling, this is the golden times of happiness, or perhaps is that how you feel while you are creating that work of art? In either way, I think it's just fantastic. You know, I was talking earlier about the calming effect and help you kind of lower stress, and you can't, hard to put a price on lowering stress, but your artwork is just really, really special in that manner, and we hear that from collectors frequently. That's probably the most frequent term or comment that we get is, wow, the sensation I get when I'm in front of this is it has such an effect on me. You know, it lowers my anxiety. That's magic, sir. What you have created here is magic, which is what artists are capable of doing. So a very sensational work of art, a showcase piece for sure. You know, not just for any collector. This is a significant work of art for a very serious collector. If you have the means to acquire this, ladies and gentlemen, get this work of art. It's an original, and it is here tonight on this historic night. And it truly is a historic night because we are introducing for the very first time to the world, you know, some of the newest works of art, the sculptures that have never been done before. And look at the dimensions, look at the scale of this spectacular, spectacular piece. Absolutely amazing work of art, ladies and gentlemen, before us here right now. And I know that we've got viewers that had anticipated this and they were expecting on this evening to see something amazing. And boy, you are not disappointing, Simon. This is exceeding anything that I had imagined when I was starting here this evening and looking at the works of art. But seeing it through the screen, I know it doesn't give it justice. It really doesn't. As sensational as it is, and as just incredible to see it in this manner, and I'm glad that we've zoomed in and we can pan around. We know for certain, you know, when you have this in your home, it's going to blow you away. You're going to be so rewarded with this work of art. And you know, it's an endless, you look at this and you see different elements endlessly in that. Man, the patience that you must have to be able to create something that you must get into a state of mind yourself in order to create something that is so detailed and such parallel lines that are perfectly balanced like this. Yeah, absolutely extraordinary. Golden Times of Happiness, ladies and gentlemen. Add this to your collection if you have the ability to acquire a work of art of this importance and this significance, and you're looking for, can you imagine having this in your home? What a showstopper. Anybody that comes into your home is going to be drawn to this immediately. Wow. Let's take it to the auction, and good luck to our bidders. Richard, coming back to you.
I got 21. Where's Bill's bidder from? Bill's bidder in at 21, Pennsylvania. 21 is bid at 21. 21 got a bid at 21, 21,000. No money at all. Similar piece sold on the show. Similar size, $63,000. Arizona, you're out at the moment. 21 is bid. 21 got a bid at 21, 21 bid. 21 bid. 21 bid. 21 on the monumental piece. At 21 only. 21. Any interest? Any interest? 21. 21 got a bit at 21. At 21. 21. 21. Arizona. Think about it. You're about to lose it. At 21. I give you 1 minute. I've got Pennsylvania in the lead at 21. Arizona, you're the underbidder. I'll give you 60 seconds. Nino. Similar piece on the show, $63,000. I thought this would make 50. I'm about to sell it in the next 60 seconds. America, don't miss it. Look, I'm going to get it dedicated for you. Golden Times of Happiness, KEF 2022. Simon Rowland, this is unbelievable at the money. 21 Pennsylvania, 60 seconds. Then we're moving on. Here we go. Last chance.
All right, last chance, ladies and gentlemen, and think about this right now. I want you to think about something. You know, Simon KEF, he is on the precipice of a huge leap, and what I'm talking about is when he exceeds that threshold of $100,000, and I do mean he is on the precipice. He is right there, right there. It's going to happen imminently, like any day now, and that is a huge leap. And then the next leap, typically and historically, when an artist exceeds 100,000, is it jumps up in much higher increments after that. Like, you're not going to go, 100,000, 105,000. That's not really the way it works. We go 100,000, 150,000. So he's right there, ladies and gentlemen. He's already sold works for over $60,000. There's a gallery that has a work of art at $75,000. I mean, he's right there, ladies and gentlemen. And you're going to remember today, this moment, that you had this opportunity. Don't miss out. Don't miss out on this. Richard, let's get it back to the auction.
Well, unbelievably, this is going under the hammer. 21,000 bid. 21 I'm bid. 21 if you ever wanted to own a future museum piece, this is it. 21,000 with Pennsylvania. Last chance, America. You're going to kick yourselves tomorrow. 21,000. Going once. Going twice. Gavels high. Thank you, Arizona, as well. Sold. Unbelievable. I can't believe that, ladies and gentlemen. That was worth a lot more. Well, we come to our final lot of the night. I'm going to give you a chance to see this amazing item. It is lot 217, and it is the hand-painted original Louis Vuitton bag by KEF. Here's a very quick video, and then we are going straight into the auction. The previous ones, I'll give you a clue. John, I believe we've only had two in the past. They were close to the $30,000 mark. So I'll give you a chance to bid on this one, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Louis Vuitton original hand-painted bag. It comes in its presentation case there to protect it. And ladies and gentlemen, 100% authentic original Louis Vuitton hand-painted by KEF.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! Sold! California! Sold it under the map.
Sold.
Sold at $41,000.
Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for KEF.
Well, time is short, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the spectacular piece. We've got an opening bid already. Thank you very, very much. Let's get going on this one, ladies and gentlemen. There's only a couple of them in the world. Simon, if you don't mind joining us for one last time, tell us a little bit about this project and what inspired you to do something which obviously it would appeal to ladies around the world, but it was actually I believe two gentlemen that bid on the previous ones, and I don't know if they acquired them for their good ladies or just because they're such unique collector's items. What inspired you on these?
I mean, I like fashion, even though I'm dressing more minimal, but I like the whole fashion world as it's an own art. And so I wanted always to do something on handbags. And so now I thought, okay, that's the opportunity that I will just do it, and I just went for it. And I think my work goes also well on objects. And I also do this quite rare to use objects. And yeah, so now this time it was a Louis Vuitton bag. And I think that nowadays also in the US, I guess, there are rappers who also have those handbags.
Yeah.
I think it's a trend right now, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
The rappers have handbags?
Yeah, well, yeah, I saw, on the news. I think it's a thing right now, I don't know really. In Germany, not yet, but...
No. Okay. And, but anyway, I love the design, the color, and obviously the dark red that you've used here is actually on the internal elements of the bag. So you've mirrored the color here.
Yeah.
It's also on the handle, so I can see that. And the way you've done it, I mean, they're just beautiful. The first two that we had many months ago, people were fighting over them. I think they're going to be fighting over this. Ladies and gentlemen, I think he's an extraordinary artist, an incredible talent. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take you over to Nino now. Nino, let's give you 2 minutes to hear your thoughts on this spectacular piece. I'm going to play with the lighting, and the boys will come in close on the camera there to show you this magnificent work. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here's Nino.
Yeah, this is very exciting to have this. And what a... Oh, thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. And what a wonderful collaboration. I mean, really prestigious, of course, for you to be working with Louis Vuitton, and very prestigious for them to be working with you. And they're smart. Boy, they are smart. They know what they're doing because they're collaborating with one of the hottest artists in the world. You're in rare company, Simon, here. You know, some of the other collaborators in the past that did similar things with Louis Vuitton, like Takashi Murakami, Jeff Koons, Marc Jacobs, Richard Prince. I mean, gosh, that is amazing for an artist to have the opportunity to collaborate with Louis Vuitton. You got to be pretty important artist globally because their brand is their reputation, and they've been in business since the mid-1800s, and they are very much the prestigious, exclusive on the Capucines. And the Capucines is the title of these works of art, the bags, I should say, the title of the bags on these pieces. To give you an idea, here, let me show you a couple of things. I know I don't have a lot of time, but I just mentioned a couple of different artists. Here's another artist that did a collaboration, Kusama. Kusama is a Japanese artist. Go to my screen for a split second. I'm going to show just a couple of things real quick. And just to give you an idea of what happens here when a very, very important artist collaborates with a very important company such as Louis Vuitton. Take a look there, $95,000 for this, and that is a collaboration between Louis Vuitton and Yayoi Kusama, the 95-year-old Japanese artist. You know, Louis Vuitton, they're very prestigious. Look at this. This is pre-owned. This is a used bag right here, $183,632. So you've got this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, even just look at the bags themselves. The bags themselves, without the artwork of Simon on them, these are $10,000 bags. That's what these absolutely sell for. These are between $8,000 and $11,000. I can pick up any one of them and just click on it. That's what they go for. So there you go, $9,500 for a Capucine. And then when you start to add in the exclusiveness of having an important artist, come on, go away, where did it go? Then you start to see those really big jumps. Let's go back to the work of art. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to say goodnight. What a privilege to have Simon in the studio with us. It has been very exciting, even remotely for me, it's been very exciting. I'm a big fan. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a wonderful evening. I'm happy to be a part of it. Good luck to our bidders on this work of art. I'm going to say goodnight. I will see you at a future auction, and good luck on your bidding. Good night.
Well, thank you very much, Nino. Big round of applause, as always, for all his hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the spectacular, the Louis Vuitton, the original bag. It comes in its original bag there to protect it. So that will all come as part of this incredible hand-painted item. I'd like to congratulate our first bidders on those amazing sculpture. Congratulations, the person who walked away with that amazing large painting from Pennsylvania. And ladies and gentlemen, this is your opportunity now to bid on this spectacular work. Don't forget, tomorrow night, John, let's go with the house lights, please. Tomorrow night at 7 p.m. until 10 p.m., you still have the opportunity to... who's in the lead, by the way? California, thank you very much. You still have the opportunity from 7 o'clock till 10 o'clock to call in if you've not registered to win that beautiful holographic jewel work. So that's from 7 till 10 you can call in to enter if you haven't done it already. If you've done it already, you're already in a winning position because everyone will end up a winner. There's a beautiful card coming to you from Ray, myself and all the team with a 3-figure gift inside. That's for everyone who registers for the raffle. It will be drawn at 11 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, the bid's going to carry on for a moment. We're with California with your bidder. You've been a wonderful audience. Simon, would you mind just very, very quickly? Let's give Simon a final round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been amazing having you here. We're going to continue with the auction for a moment or two. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Thank you.
Same time, same place, around 10:45. Ladies and gentlemen, join us tomorrow night. Look after yourself. The bid goes on. And good night, America. Thank you. Well, hello. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the show. It is the Fine Art Auction, and welcome to the auction gallery.
And the way we put it together gives you a great opportunity to actually get them all. It's the best of the best. The silver-proof Ikes.
What a great collection. What a great show. What a great night. My name's Ray Taylor, and I'll see you at the auction.